Good morning. I think we are ready to start. My name is Adib Farhadi, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Global and National Security Institute GNSI Tampa Summit, featuring the 8th Great Power Competition Conference, the future and ethics of uncrewed and autonomous warfare. First, I would like to acknowledge our GPC Great Power Competition Initiative partners, the Near East South Asia Center for Security Studies, NESA, and U.S. Central Command, and thank them for their continued support. I would also like to acknowledge the GNSI, established here at USF to provide actionable solutions to 21st century security challenges for decision makers at the local, state, national, and global levels, focused on the boundary of security policy and technology. You will hear much more about GNSI later on this morning. These ongoing GPC conferences brings together some of the best and brightest strategic thinkers, leaders, subject matter experts from around the globe to provide military and civilian policymakers and thought leaders a broader understanding of the various challenges facing the United States in the modern great power competition. Previous topics in these ongoing conferences include regional perspectives, radicalization, countering violent extremism, impacts of COVID-19, cybersecurity, the 2-decade anniversary of 9/11 and the war in Afghanistan, invasion of Ukraine, and our last conference was the rise of the great powers. Now on to today's conference agenda. This 2-day event packed with an array of prominent speakers and panelists will focus on the increased use and ethical considerations surrounding uncrewed and autonomous systems. Our conference includes prominent keynote speakers, dynamic panels, roundtable discussions, and 4 breakout sessions. Let me briefly direct you to our conference program, beautifully designed by our colleagues here, so you can follow along, including our agenda and other exciting program features. Please see page 4 for welcoming remarks from our President-Law, Dr. Eric Eisenberg, the Senior Vice President for the University Community Partnerships here at USF, and General Frank McKenzie, the Executive Director of USF GNSI and former Commander of U.S. Central Command. On the following pages, you will find the speakers, the panelists' bios, the agenda itself, and more information about GNSI. This conference series is part of a wider GPC initiative that encompasses several collaborative endeavors, such as a scholarly book series, executive education courses, and a newly developing human dynamics project. You'll find our upcoming events on page 19 of the program. They include, and please, you don't want to miss these, so put these on your calendars. The Cybersecurity Roundtable on December 7th, the St. Petersburg Conference on World Affairs on February 16th through the 8th, the GNSI Tampa Summit 3, which will be our 9th in the series and will be on the artificial intelligence in the era of strategic competition from March 5th to 7th, GNSI Policy Dialogues on Iran and Afghanistan, and our next GNSI Tampa Summit 4, September of 2024. For the exact dates of the policy dialogues and the Tampa Summit 4, please visit the GNSI website. And while you're at it, please sign up for our newsletters. You'll be kept up to date on all the exciting events that are coming up. On page 20, you'll find our peer-reviewed Great Power Competition book series. Our newest volume is scheduled for release later this fall. You can order the GPC books from Amazon or anywhere else to do that. So that was my plug for buying a few books. As you can see, this comprehensive initiative is contributing significantly to the discourse on national security and the rapidly emerging field of strategic competition. And I would argue that here at USF, with GNSI, we're leading the discourse, particularly in the central region, which includes the Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia, and the Horn of Africa. Let's move on now to a brief overview of today's agenda. First, we'll kick off the conference with welcoming remarks from Dr. Eisenberg, followed by General McKenzie. We're also extremely honored to have with us at this morning's keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Gregory Guillot, Deputy Commander, United States Central Command. The opening remarks and keynote address will be followed by a networking break from 10:15 to 10:45. And as usual, we take your comments seriously. One of the comments we did receive that this is a platform for folks to network. So we extended our breaks to give chance for coffee breaks and everything else so people can meet and talk, and some of us conspire on future events to do that. So it's a platform for talking to people as well. The first panel discussion after the break will examine foreign defense partnerships in a global competitive market. After our morning panel, we'll break for lunch until 2 p.m. Please return promptly at 2 p.m. to hear from our esteemed afternoon keynote speaker, Major General Retired Charles Dunlap, Executive Director of the Center of Law, Ethics, and National Security at Duke University. At 2:30, we'll begin our roundtable discussion on the ethical use of uncrewed warfare, facilitated by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lushenko, PhD, Director of Special Operations at the U.S. Army War College. Before we continue with our exciting agenda, I want to let you know as well about a very special event happening Friday morning here at the Marshall Center. Dr. Stephanie Tompkins, the Director of the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, and tomorrow's keynote speaker will be hosting a special presentation at 9 a.m. in room 3707 at the Marshall Center. This presentation will provide excellent insight into what DARPA does and ways to work with the nation's premier research organization. If you have time, and I hope you do, I strongly recommend attending Dr. Tompkins' presentation, either in person or virtual. You can find more information on how to register on page 22 of the conference programs. It is not every day that you get the head of DARPA visiting your campus and making herself available for students and faculty and everyone to do it. So please, I think that will be a special event for all of us. And we're also truly fortunate to have such notable speakers and panelists with us today. The outstanding lineup is just another example of how the GPC initiative is furthering USF's growth as a global partner. With that said, let's get our conference started. Next, I would like to kindly ask Dr. Eric Eisenberg, the Senior Vice President for University Community Partnerships at USF, to make the welcoming remarks. And I'd also like to special thank, like last time, Dr. Eric Eisenberg as the Dean of College of Arts and Sciences, supported this from the outset. We have our friends from NESA, Roger Kangas is here, and some of the others, and at that time, we did not envision that we'll be saying that this is our 8th GPC to do this. Thank you very much, Dr. Eisenberg.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, everybody. So I want to welcome all of you to the University of South Florida, if you're not from here, and to this summit program. And I'm particularly grateful to Dr. Farhadi and to General McKenzie, and as Adib mentioned, to our partners at Central Command and at NESA for their commitment to creating this space. I think there was a recognition that there were conversations that needed to be had both by academics, by our students, and also by the commands that weren't happening, and we wanted to create that special kind of space. One of the things that I'm very committed to is the idea that the modern research university in the United States cannot be an ivory tower. The idea of us being sort of isolated and not focused on real problems in the real world, is that ship has sailed. If you know me at all, you know I've spent almost 30 years trying to cultivate the open boundaries and open borders and also those conversations. And one of the things that I'm thinking about as I'm looking at all of you is that the kinds of challenges that we're facing in the world today in pretty much every industry and every walk of life are a combination of sort of challenges that can be faced by looking both at history and also looking at how do you respond to novel challenges. My own research is focused on health communication, and specifically I'm finishing a 4-year study with Johns Hopkins focusing on emergency room diagnosis. And while I was doing this study, there was a little thing called a COVID pandemic that happened. And one of the things that I learned was that when you do diagnosis in the emergency room, you both have to be informed by history, but you also have to be open to understanding that sometimes the solutions that you have are no longer the solutions that will work. And when I think about what all of you do and the kind of conversations you're going to have at this conference, I think it's the same notion. And that notion is that we must have a deep understanding of history and of context to inform the decisions that we make. But we can't be lulled into thinking that the solutions that have worked in the past are going to work going forward. And so part of the exciting things about these conferences is that we can come together and we can think about new ways of thinking about new developments such as artificial intelligence, unmanned crafts, and things like that. So with the rapid pace of technological advancements, we have new opportunities to do this. And in particular, I hope that you're going to spend a lot of time talking about the interplay between technology and human dynamics, and particularly technology and ethics, and the kinds of decisions that we make about the use of technology. You will see in this conference the power of collaboration between the university, government agency, industry partners, and working together we can use our collective expertise for both looking at both classified and non-classified kinds of data to drive positive change. I do have some breaking news for you. This has been a long time coming. So as you know, the university, as many of you know, the university has been working with Special Operations Command for a long time, particularly with the Institute for Applied Engineering and some of the works that they've been doing with SOCOM. But we just learned this week that we have the award of our first major contract, the university working with Central Command under a $10 million blanket purchase agreement to look at human dynamics in particular and the Human Dynamics Influence Index. And what's cool about this is that the very first GPC conference we had, how many years ago? 4, 3, 2, 5? 10? I don't know. The very first GPC conference, we were sitting around during one of the breaks that Adib was talking about, and we were talking with someone at Central Command, and he said, you know, what we really need is we need to have your best minds at the university to work with us on human dynamics. And we said, well, what if we were to do something together along that? And that has finally culminated. So I want to thank Dr. Farhadi and also Dr. Larson, who's here, for working on this for a number of years and making this happen. So again, I just want to say that my vision for the university and representing the President-in-Law is that the university is not meant to be an isolated entity. We need to engage with our communities and with our partners in the DoD and elsewhere. And I want to offer to you, I've been in this new role now since January of this year. When the President describes what my job is, she says that I'm the front door to the university. And so what that means for each of you is that if any of you have a particular need to collaborate with the University of South Florida and you don't already have a contact person, Eisenberg at usf.edu or partnerships at usf.edu, that comes to me as well. If you want an intern, if you want to hire our students, if there's a particular expert in a particular part of the world that you're wondering, do we have an expert on water resources in Mali, right? You know, whatever the specific thing is, feel free to contact me. I will be your personal concierge, and I will get you to the expertise that you want to get to. So collaborative efforts obviously are critical to address the complexities and uncertainties around uncrewed autonomous vehicles. That's the subject of this summit, and we will work together to focus on that. And my only ask of you is, first of all, enjoy the university, enjoy Tampa if you're visiting here. Please commit to actively engaging with fellow participants, to building your network, to building connections, and let's make sure that the conversations that we have here have impact beyond this summit as you go back to your homes and to the work that you do. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eisenberg, for your welcoming remarks. Next, it's my absolute great privilege to introduce General Frank McKenzie, retired U.S. Marine Corps. General McKenzie is the Executive Director of the Global and National Security Institute at USF and Executive Director of the Florida Center for Cybersecurity. General McKenzie served our nation for 42 years, retiring in April of 2022 as Commander of the United States Central Command. We're incredibly honored to have someone of his stature addressing this conference and at USF. It has been an honor and a pleasure for me to work with him throughout the years. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome General McKenzie.
Thanks very much, Adib, for that introduction and for all of your hard work and dedication in putting together the Great Power Competition Conference Series. So it's my pleasure to welcome you here. A little bit of rain out there today, but it'll turn probably into a nice Florida day. I was up in D.C. a little earlier this week, and it wasn't anywhere nice as it is down here right now. So enjoy the Florida weather while you're here. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the faculty and staff of the University of South Florida's College of Arts and Sciences, to the team at the National Defense University's Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, and to my former colleagues and friends from U.S. Central Command for organizing and participating and continuing to support this event. I'd also like to thank President Law, the president of our university, for her continued support as we stand up the Global and National Security Institute here at USF. This has been a very successful year for the university, including the culmination of a project we worked on for a long time. USF was invited to join the Association of American Universities. And I'll be candid with you, 2 years ago, I had no idea what the AAU was or its significance, but I've come to understand it's profoundly important in the academic landscape of the United States. And for this university to join that august group of 71 major research universities is really a testimony of a lot of hard work. Eric, among others, many people seated in this room and across the university worked very hard to get us to this point. So it's quite a thing to reach. And again, I'd like to thank Eric for the tremendous support he's given us at GNSI. As he assumed his new work in January, we fell under him, so we worked together to bring GNSI forward. We're also excited to have in attendance today many members of our Board of Advisors for GNSI. I think we have today Rick Knott. We're going to have also a little later Frank Salufo, Honorable Kristen Nielsen, and of course Chip, who's here with us as well, Chip Walter this morning. Our newest board member, Larry Handon, will be joining us later today. On hand virtually, we believe, are Chris Galvin, General Jim Jones, and Kathy Lanier. It's great to see all of them here, and they're going to be instrumental to us as we take GNSI forward from where we are today. And what I'd like to do before I get into my remarks on the conference, I would like to give you just a brief update about GNSI, what's going on. Since last time I had an opportunity to address one of these conferences in May, we've taken great strides with our academic program, focused on establishing a one-year master's program that will complement the two-year master's program in international security studies that's already offered by USF. The GNSI one-year master's program and associated research fellowships are going to be targeted particularly at officers on active duty to fulfill their professional military education requirement across the 5 branches of the U.S. military. Services have expressed great interest in this program, and we're hoping to welcome our first cohort or group of students onto campus in academic year 25 if we stay on track. Additionally, we've been embracing a challenging program of publications. We've published policymaker decision briefs, summit and conference research reports, as well as standalone research articles. We're looking to publish more in the future, and you'll notice in our conference program our call for submissions for future ideas and articles. Beyond that, our goal is to publish a scholarly peer-reviewed journal. I'm excited to tell you that we are becoming closer to that point. We believe we have a path forward to actually begin to acquire one of these journals, make it into a USF publication, and turn it into a quality journal that will reflect the work that goes on at GNSI and across all of USF, in fact. We're also expanding the number of conferences we're working on. Adib sort of referenced that earlier. Between the Tampa Summits, our policy dialogue series, and events with Cyber Florida, as well as outside events like the St. Petersburg World Affairs Conference, our lineup is full and it's very powerful. We're going to focus on topics like artificial intelligence, Iran, Afghanistan, collective security in the Middle East, cybersecurity, and many more. 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, we held a conference on a unique subject that not many people track day to day, and it's what we called it was hunger as a weapon. The idea that state and non-state entities across the world are actually weaponizing food security to advance their own aims. That is not studied enough. I looked at that very hard when I was the Central Command Commander. I had the opportunity here to actually turn an academic focus to it, and we had a very good one-day conference on that. All it tells you is there's a lot more work to be done there. This is a problem that we need to solve, and it will require concerted effort not only by the United States, but by the family of nations and the United Nations in order to get after it. But it's a very good conference. So the GNSI was formed to place the University of South Florida, USF, and the state of Florida at the forefront of addressing critical issues that face our nation and the world. And we believe we're on track to accomplish that. We're expanding our research and academic staff, and we're excited about our future growth plans. We think you'll be excited about it too, and you'll learn more about that as we go through the day today and tomorrow as well. So that's really the update I wanted to give you on GNSI. There are a lot of people here who can answer questions about GNSI, our staff, other people, so please reach out if there's anything else you'd like to dig into a little bit. So over the next couple of days, we're going to examine some of the key issues surrounding the future of uncrewed and autonomous warfare. I'm going to make some opening observations this morning to sort of be foundational remarks. What I'm going to spend my time doing is talking a little bit about what the battlefields of today are teaching us about what the battlefields of tomorrow might look like and what that's going to mean for our nation and our alliance structure. I've studied and written about this for the last 30 years, and certainly my last 3 years at CENTCOM, and before that as director of the Joint Staff and the J5 on the Joint Staff, had an opportunity to look at it very hard. So I do know this. The next war is going to be driven by information. Collecting it, processing it, using it efficiently, and denying an adversary's ability to do the same is going to be the central calculus of that war. Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications will be vital to the ability to distill essentials from the metaverse of data that's going to be collected. And the time horizons for decision-making are going to be greatly compressed. At the same time, and this has not gotten the attention it deserves, the ability to operate in an information-denied environment is going to be decisive, because the ability to disrupt and cause chaos is inherently easier and stronger than the ability to cohere. That's worth saying again. It is easier to disrupt than it is to bring things together. It's easier to make it difficult to put thoughts together than it is to assemble those and come up with a plan of action. That's been true for hundreds of years on the battlefield, but now it's becoming clear in cyber and at machine speed as we enter this new and complex environment. The trend observable since the last decade of the 20th century is only going to accelerate. This trend to need more information, and yet at the same time, the difficulty of actually being able to collect that information under the battlefield conditions that we're going to see. So much of the fight that we're going to see in the future is going to occur in two relatively new domains of warfare: cyber and space. We all know air, land, sea. Cyber and space are relatively new. Space has actually been around for quite a while, since the mid-20th century, but it's getting renewed emphasis today, whereas cyber is still a relatively new environment. So I think we're still defining the practical limits of how to operate in the cyber domain. I actually believe the cyber domain is at least as infinite and complex as space. The potentially infinite nature of the internet is limited only by the imagination of the human mind. And we haven't yet established what deterrence in cyber really is. And we're still struggling to understand how cyber effects, what you do in cyber, can be best marshaled alongside other more traditional effects of warfare to gain meaningful results in battles. We're particularly encumbered in the United States by an approvals process that slows our ability to respond effectively to attacks. We need to think long and hard about this. The effects of cyber operations can be seen in Ukraine today. For too long, on the other hand, the United States has viewed the space domain as a safe and unchallengeable place, a true global commons, where our activities could continue unmolested. This time is over, and space will be a highly contested domain in any future conflict. The use of uncrewed platforms and the applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to dominate operations in space. They're going to dominate operations on the face of the globe. We already see the ubiquity of uncrewed platforms in the Central Command region, as well as in Ukraine. And this is only going to grow over time. They're going to become increasingly semi and potentially fully autonomous in the future. And we're going to dig into what this means over the next 2 days. You've got some brilliant speakers that are going to talk in a little more detail about that. This is posing, I think, grave ethical challenges now in the United States. It's unlikely the Chinese, the Russians, or Iran, and several other actors are going to concern themselves with these niceties when it comes to applying uncrewed and autonomous systems on the battlefield. Regardless, today in Central Command, for an example, we don't have the unchallenged air superiority that we took as our birthright, really, going back many years. And we've got some people here today, General Guillot among others, who are going to discuss this in more detail. Uncrewed aerial systems overfly our bases in the Central Command region, and they could develop attacks on us, and they have developed attacks on us over the last couple of years. This trend, again, is only going to increase. I used to joke with General C.Q. Brown, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and soon, later this week, to be our next Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I used to joke with him about what I thought the future of flight was going to be. I thought it was going to be vertical, and I thought it was going to be unmanned. I did that just to get a rise out of CQ, and it's probably an overstatement. But it's pretty clear that uncrewed systems are going to be an increasing part of our inventory. For what it's worth, I see them being employed in tandem with manned platforms, and I know the Air Force is looking very hard at that. When I was at CENTCOM, I used to say that I was prepared to be very brave with drones. I'd fly them anywhere and I'd do anything with them. But I was cautious where I sent crewed aircraft. We're going to be increasingly in an environment where we're going to work with both on the same battlefields. Again, more on that later. Another point I want to bring up about the battlefield of the future, nuclear weapons are going to be a part of future battlefields. It's interesting to consider for most of the Cold War, the Soviets held a significant conventional force advantage over us in NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty in Europe. To compensate for that fact, we built and deployed thousands of tactical nuclear weapons and made it clear that we'd use them in defense of Europe if the Russians attacked. Today, that concept has been stood completely on its head. The Russians actually realize that we possess conventional overmatch, air, sea, and they've chosen to compensate for that by maintaining a large inventory of their own tactical nuclear weapons. We have relatively few tactical nuclear weapons, but the Russians never actually got rid of theirs after the end of the Cold War, so they have a large inventory of those weapons. And the Russians have a doctrine that emphasizes early use of nuclear weapons, a concept called escalating to de-escalate. If you're in a bind, you raise the stakes so that the game gets too rich for your opponent and he's going to back down. The possibility of the use of tactical nuclear weapons in an environment like that increases. And I believe that as we look at what's going on in Ukraine today, coupled with the poor performance of Russian conventional forces, the threat of a Russian demonstration with a nuclear weapon is very high. It's higher than it's been certainly in my professional lifetime, and in fact my whole lifetime. I think it's higher than it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we, the United States, we have always considered nuclear weapons a tool of last resort, particularly since the end of the Cold War. Our thinking about employing these kinds of weapons has tended to focus on the political effects that would obtain from nuclear use. The Russians and the Chinese, let me assure you, are not burdened by these considerations. And they've thought, I believe, deeper and harder and more clearly about how to use nuclear weapons on the battlefield. It's been nearly 80 years since a nuclear weapon was used against an enemy. I believe, again, we're much closer to that time occurring again. And it's one of the things that worries me the most as I look what's going on in Ukraine. So I'll say it again, nuclear weapons are coming back as a factor on the battlefield. We can't ignore this fact, and we need to take practical steps to be able to prevail in a nuclear battlefield environment. When speaking to military audiences in particular, when I was on active duty, I tried to find a way to talk about what the nuclear threat meant, to put it in terms that people could understand. And I found a useful way to do this was to talk about two phrases, what I called a dying phrase, a phrase that's leaving our lexicon, and a phrase that's being reborn and is coming back in. So the dying phrase is a concept called the golden hour. Everyone who's ever worn a uniform knows what I mean. It's a concept the U.S., particularly since 2001, but even before that, if you get injured in combat, we're going to get you to an appropriate aid station within an hour. As the CENTCOM commander, I spent lots of time talking to General Guillot and other people, positioning assets so that we could get aircraft positioned. So if a soldier, sailor, airman, marine were injured, we could get them to an aid station in an hour. It takes tremendous professionalism, work to do that. We're not going to be able to do that in the next fight. First of all, we're not going to be able to fly our helicopters uncontested. Second, electromagnetic pulse effects, the effects of nuclear weapons, the other dynamics of the battlefield are going to make it more like the Second World War, where you have a difficult triage process of who's going to be able to be evacuated. You're going to be worried about decontaminating casualties before you move them forward. So the idea of the golden hour, which served us well for a long time, is probably not going to continue into the future as we take a look at what the battlefields of the future are going to look like. On the other hand, a phrase that's coming back in is a phrase called ITI, immediate transient incapacitation. Immediate transient incapacitation is the amount of whole body radiation a soldier needs to receive in order to be unable to accomplish a basic soldier task. 3,000 rem, go up or down a little bit. But what it does is you get that dose of radiation, you're going to die. It might take you 3 days or a month to die, but you're too weak to pick up a rifle. You can't talk on the radio intelligently anymore. You're just a casualty, unfortunately, and you're going to be expectant, is the language we would use. So that's a ITI, immediate transient incapacitation. When I was a young captain in the mid-1980s, I was trained by the Army at the Armor Officer Advanced Course at Fort Knox, Kentucky. And we thought nothing about in an attack on a core front in Germany of dropping 100 tactical nuclear weapons back during the Cold War. And we had these whiz wheels that would use to try to figure out how to place weapons to gain maximum ITI against Soviet formations. It wasn't lost on any of us that there were Soviet officers probably at a school somewhere in the Western USSR that were doing the same thing looking at us. That went away, but let me tell you, it's coming back. The Russians think about it all the time. We don't. We actually don't do that anymore. That training that I had is left. There are very few people who can do it. I remember it because I've had the training, but young officers today, we don't train to that because we don't feature that use of tactical nuclear weapons as part of our doctrine. The Russians do. And again, I go back to the point I made earlier. That's why it's particularly concerning that we're at a deadlock in Ukraine, and the possibility of the Russians doing something like that, I think, is a very real thing. So nuclear weapons actually never left. We just chose to forget about them. The Cold War ended, so we thought. We got rid of all our tactical nuclear weapons. We had 5,000 or so. The Russians didn't. To this day, they still retain, depending on how you count them, 2,000 to 4,000 tactical nuclear weapons. That they're not covered by any arms limitation treaty because the arms limitation treaties only talk about strategic weapons, but the tactical weapons are still out there. We have a few tactical nuclear weapons. B-61 gravity bomb delivered by an airplane. Nothing of the scale and scope that we had in the Cold War, and nothing to compare to what the Russians have. Now, I'm not arguing that we need to rearm with tactical nuclear weapons. I'm simply stating a fact that if you look at Europe today, the Russians have a vast arsenal of these weapons that they could use if they chose to do so. So I think there's a possibility that these weapons are going to be used in a future fight, and I think that should concern us. The other point about a future war is this. In any kind of a future war, our homeland, here in the United States, we're going to be attacked in ways that we've never been attacked before. The ranges and speed of modern missiles, whether they're hypersonic or not, have made the great oceans that for so long protected the United States little more than river barriers. And these weapons don't have to be nuclear armed to have significant effect. Our internet backbone, the whole great unclassified cyber infrastructure that underpins literally all activities in the United States, is fragile and is vulnerable to attack. It would be very hard for us to actually deploy our forces forward if that internet came under attack. And it's the same internet all of you use. The United States Department of Defense depends on that to move our forces. The capability advantage that we've enjoyed for many years against any potential adversary, it's eroded. This is partially due to our focus on the Middle East since 2001, but also declining or steady state budgets that forced the services, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force now, to trade readiness and force development for future operations, for current operations. What you do today requires you to not spend money on what you'd like to be able to do tomorrow because you don't have enough money to do both. Most importantly, though, the growing capability gap, how effective and capable our systems are, is eroded due to the actions of two nations, China and Russia, principally China. Both of these nations carefully studied the development of our joint force, all our services, that defeated Iraq in 1991 and in 2003. From that study, they developed their own defense programs that were aimed directly at what they perceived to be our weaknesses. The Chinese program, in particular, is pointed at our ability to deploy our force, to move it from the United States forward, and then to command it effectively in battle. I go back to what I said at the beginning, the ability to disrupt is stronger than the ability to cohere. They've worked very hard at doing that, and we have to be able to have a common operational picture. We have to be able to talk amongst ourselves in order to be effective as we go forward. They've built something that's designed to challenge that directly. So for all the long years after the end of the Cold War, where we largely focused on regional things, the Chinese have kept an unwavering objective of being able to fight globally and across the entire spectrum of conflict. So that's the capability advantage that has eroded. The other thing that's eroded is what I would call the capacity advantage. We've enjoyed that advantage for a long time. Things and numbers of things remain a key part of any discussion of military might. We now have fewer things than before, particularly when we confront and consider what our potential adversaries have. This is exacerbated by the underfunding and occasional mismanagement of readiness programs. As a result, the United States doesn't have much of a shock absorber when global problems are considered. There aren't enough aircraft carriers, submarines, maritime patrol aircraft, airborne early warning platforms, and many other what we call high demand, need them badly, low density, don't have enough of them, items, HDLD items in the inventory. We never have enough. To address these challenges, we need to think more broadly in space and time, taking a measured approach to competing demands and varying the tempo with which we pursue change according to circumstances. Too often in the past, including in the recent past, we've oriented on one big thing at a time, pivoting only in response to climactic events like the collapse of the Soviet Union or 9/11. When we do pivot, shifting our perspective, everything looks new to us. And so we often exaggerate the novelty of the new security environment in which we find ourselves. This leads us to mistake recurring and inevitable age-old phenomena such as gray zone competition and hybrid warfare as some radical new departure from the past. It's obvious the world is changing. We would do well, however, to appreciate continuities from the past and distinguish that which is truly new from that which we've merely forgotten. Taking a longer historical view enables us to do this. There are no eras so old that we can afford to ignore them. If examined carefully, in fact, the Cold War, for example, contains nearly everything assumed to be novel about the supposedly new era of great power competition in which we're currently engaged. On that point, I would add, when it comes to technology, history is finally catching up with us. Because our ascendance as a great power depended on our technological supremacy, The United States has always assumed we have a special relationship with technology, that it conveys advantages to us and not to our adversaries. In fact, technology has served as a great leveler throughout history. We can see this playing out today in real time. Iran, just to cite one example, is a great power by nobody's estimation. Despite pretensions to regional hegemony, it can't even manage its internal affairs effectively. But Iran has invested tremendous resources into its ballistic missile and its drone programs. And through them, it's able to threaten peace and stability in the entire Middle East region. In so doing, it preserves the spaces, such as Yemen and Syria, where violent extremist organizations can reconstitute and stage external attacks. This isn't to say that only lesser powers are reaping the benefits of the Silicon Revolution and this technology leveling that I just referenced. China, especially, has made significant, alarming advances in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, hypersonic glide systems, and what we might call new-fashioned naval power. Meanwhile, it competes across the globe for influence and access to resources. The next war, even if it's a regional engagement, is going to have global effects. It'll be bloodier than what we've come to expect, and it will range from the silicon pathways of the vast and infinite web, the internet, to cislunar space. Other nations are relentlessly preparing for this war, and in so doing are targeting us. We need to realize this and recognize the shape and contour of what the next war could be. We're not necessarily going to get it exactly right, but what we need to do is avoid making mistakes of such significance that they can't be overcome when that war potentially does come. And I'll finish by saying, and that is the essence of deterrence. The ability to deter is not a military concept. Deterrence is a political and a diplomatic construct. You gain deterrence by the obvious ability to fight, by the obvious ability in the mind, the cognitive space of the opponent, that what the opponent wants is not worth their effort to get it. You can either prevent them from getting to it, deterrence by denial, or you can punish them if they get it, deterrence by punishment. Both are recognized theories of deterrence. But how you get to that point is you have a force that is arrayed and visibly able to achieve results in combat. And that's what we need to keep fixed on as we go into the next few years. We continue to face a challenge from China that is going to be decades long. We face an immediate challenge from Russia. And again, the Russians have the ability to kill all of us in about 45 minutes. So we should recognize that capability. Even as Russia is deficient in so many other ways, they do have a first-class nuclear capability. I just wanted to give you a little bit to think about as we focus down another level now and actually begin to talk about the meat and potatoes of this conference, which is drones, uncrewed systems, autonomous systems. And here in just a minute, General Guillot is going to get up here on the stage. He was my air component commander, my Air Force commander when I was the Central Command commander. He's a brilliant practitioner of these things, and you're going to very much enjoy his remarks. Thank you for listening to me this morning. I'm glad to be with you here today.
Thank you, General McKenzie, for your extremely thought-provoking remarks. Next, I'm incredibly honored to introduce you our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Gregory Guillot, Deputy Commander of the United States Central Command. As a Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command, Lieutenant General Guillot oversees military security cooperation and combat operations within the Arabian Peninsula, Northern Red Sea, Arabian Gulf, and Central and Southern Asian states. He received his commission in 1989 from the U.S. Air Force Academy. He has commanded a flying squadron, operations group, 2 flying wings, and a numbered Air Force, and was an Air Force weapons school instructor and a graduate of National War College. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Lieutenant General Guillot.
Thank you, Dr. Farhadi, Dr. Eisenberg, and General McKenzie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to the team at the Global and National Security Institute here at USF for the opportunity to speak to you today and maybe set the foundation for the discussions that you'll have over the next 2 days. I'm pleased to represent CENTCOM and continue the long and strong partnership between CENTCOM and USF. I'm excited to be able to speak at a program that, while fairly new, is already on its 8th meaningful and consequential iteration. I'm humbled to join this group of experts to discuss topics surrounding the future and ethics of uncrewed and autonomous warfare. This morning, I'm going to highlight advances we've made in this area over the last couple of decades and explain how these systems are being employed today in the CENTCOM, or Central Command, area of responsibility. We'll also talk about our efforts and those of our components and partners to expand these capabilities and current and future advances in how we integrate them into our command and control networks. CENTCOM's primary task is to command and control all U.S. and coalition forces' military operations in the Middle East. And over the last 40 years of its existence, CENTCOM has been at the forefront of developing, fielding, and employing advanced technologies that increase warfighting effectiveness. For years, the battlefield geometry and threats in this region have required commanders at all echelons to rely on uncrewed systems to effectively and efficiently apply combat power. There is no difference, perhaps even more so today than ever. U.S. forces in the region conduct increasingly dynamic and diverse missions that require us to find new ways to increase the quality and timeliness of decisions, and uncrewed systems are key elements of nearly every operation we conduct today. My first operational experience with a remotely piloted system was as a captain in Operation Allied Force over the skies of Kosovo in 1999. An RQ-1 Predator, and you can see this is the early version before they became the MQ-1 and could carry weapons. It was strictly for ISR. Call sign Vegas 41 was not squawking the correct code as described in the air tasking order. In the early iterations of remotely piloted ISR platforms, the Vegas aircraft and their crews back at Creech Air Force Base in Nevada were not integrated into the air operations and were completely disconnected from other operators in the sky. So, to simply change the aircraft's code, AWACS controllers had to relay the request via SATCOM to the Air Operations Center in Vicenza, Italy, who had to telephone the RQ-1 crews back at Creech to request the change. Now contrast that with something that occurred recently in the Middle East. An MQ-9 conducting an ISR mission observed a suspicious uncrewed aerial vehicle take off and was able to transition from its planned collection mission to follow the UAV. The MQ-9 was sending the full motion video to Air and Ground Commander headquarters and put a track in the Link 16 network. The commanders determined that the UAV was on a one-way attack profile and that the UAV posed a force protection risk to U.S. and coalition service members. The Combined Air Operations Center, or CAOC, used the MQ-9's video feed and link track to vector in a fighter aircraft that eventually shot down the UAV as it crossed the threshold of threatening our forces. General McKenzie was in charge on that day. So today, compared to 1999, we have the capability to quickly and seamlessly integrate uncrewed assets into all aspects of our operations. In this particular case, we integrated an independent, single ISR platform into a system of dynamic, multi-role assets to deliver kinetic action at the point of time and need. This example illustrates the capability and ingenuity required to address rapidly changing technologies in the battle space. To compete strategically, we must resource, test, and field these systems faster, better, and at the correct scale. Okay, drones, unmanned, uncrewed, autonomous, semi-autonomous, remotely piloted, human in the loop, human on the loop, human off the loop. We could take a 300-level course here at USF on the nuances of these definitions and the platform categories. And I'll note that those terms are all accurate depending on how the aircraft, the vessel, or the vehicle is configured and employed. But it's important to note that these terms are not synonymous. The distinctly different systems require varying levels of design, control, and integration into the battle space. For simplicity, I'm going to use the generic term uncrewed or UAV unless I need to be more specific and draw a distinction. Uncrewed systems give users some distinct competitive advantages over their adversaries. Because they are not bound by the limits of human physiology, They provide unprecedented persistence over a target area or other areas of interest. For the most part, they are only limited by the platform's onboard fuel capacity. In terms of financial and human cost, these systems are proven and cost-effective. The access, persistence, accuracy, and fidelity they provide ensures to the highest degree possible that we are targeting the correct network, systems, and materiel which minimizes potential harm to civilians and civilian infrastructure, all while taking the least acceptable risk with our ultimate national treasures, our people. Their employment enables and enhances compliance with the law of armed conflict. Simply put, better informed commanders make better decisions, and the timely and accurate information provided by these systems ensures we are ethically, effectively, and efficiently utilizing combat resources. As previously mentioned, on my first day as the AFCENT commander, I had a conversation with my new boss, General McKenzie, who told me, "Gooey, I'm a brave commander, but I'm even braver with unmanned assets." I've carried that approach forward when planning or executing air operations. To be clear, this does not mean commanders will be reckless or careless just because they are using unmanned assets. But the access, security, and placement enabled by these weapon systems leads to improved collection, strike, and risk mitigation for greater awareness and more timely and accurate decisions, often with less risk to mission and less risk to force. In addition, the development and integration of these systems has not only led to operational benefit on the battlefield, but also permits a higher quality of life for operators and more efficient use of our fighting force. The majority of the women and men responsible for flying, operating the sensors, and conducting PED, which is processing, exploiting, and disseminating the information that comes from the vehicle, do not deploy overseas with the aircraft. They conduct the missions from their home stations. This approach permits flexibility with aircrew we've never seen before. Crews can fly in one combatant command's area of responsibility, or AOR, on one day, and a different one half a world away the next. Or, as we see daily in CENTCOM, swap from one end of the theater to the other seamlessly. This is only possible with a reach-back crew concept, a concept that has proven to be operationally effective while protecting the quality of life of our service members and their families. An anecdote from my time as AFCENT commander illustrates the reach-back process. Kingpin, which is the call sign of the air control squadron that delivers tactical battle management in the airspace within the CENTCOM area of responsibility, controls the Middle East airspace from a distributed facility on Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina. One day, the Kingpin controllers needed a remotely piloted aircraft, or an RPA, operating in the Middle East and flown by the 20th Attack Group, which was located across the parking lot from Kingpin at Shaw, to change its heading. The Kingpin controller keyed the mic, issued the order, and the voice went through a terrestrial and SATCOM links out to the RPA in theater, and then rebounded back to the pilot and sensor operator across the parking lot at Shaw. The pilot's cockpit control inputs traveled back to the AOR and to the aircraft so it could change its heading. In reality, they could have easily opened the window to shout across the parking lot to the 20th Attack Group operators, but through brilliant technology, the transmissions were transferred in fractions of a second, and all involved conducted their combat missions from their home base, not from a deployed location. This is something that would have been unimaginable to aviators just a few years ago. As we look to implement artificial intelligence and machine learning into these systems, future aircraft may be able to receive human commands and implement them, the directed tasks, on their own. They could even self-determine changes and implement them independent of human action, although at this time, I should be clear, we will always have humans either in or on the loop. The use of low-cost, uncrewed systems enables disaggregation of expensive manned systems, thereby dispersing expensive crewed assets and increasing survivability. In CENTCOM, we use unmanned surface vessels in the Arabian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Oman, and in the Red Sea to increase our awareness of smuggling networks in the maritime environment, a much more efficient use of resources than using a $2 billion guided missile destroyer with over 300 souls on board. Uncrewed systems enhance our ability to complete low-intensity missions that are critical to regional stability while allowing crewed assets to focus on higher-end warfighting. Department of Defense Directive 3000.09 outlines policy for autonomous and semi-autonomous weapon systems to ensure our systems are designed to allow commanders and operators to exercise appropriate levels of human judgment over the use of force. The United States takes significant steps to ensure we place the appropriate level of rigor in our training of the operators and that our systems will perform as designed before we operationally employ them in a real-world or combat situation. In contrast, many of our adversaries do not place the same level of rigor in their development of or employment of weapon systems, and many adversary systems in place today do not have the level of control or reach back of U.S. and allied systems. Instead, they only use programmed waypoints, which increases the risk of errant employment or the loss of control, and they do not have the ability to scan the target area and abort the mission if required due to unexpected changes or the presence of non-combatants. CENTCOM is greatly concerned about the irresponsible use of this technology by those who make no effort to limit collateral damage and do not discriminate between combatant and non-combatants. The proliferation of one-way attack uncrewed systems has led the U.S. to develop multiple kinetic and non-kinetic systems to counter these very real, ubiquitous threats. The increased number of attacks by UAVs has driven CENTCOM and our allies and partners to actively integrate advanced system capabilities to increase counter-UAV defenses all across the region. Now that we've taken a quick glimpse of how the Department of Defense policy is lined up, let's look at how CENTCOM employs these uncrewed systems today. Many CENTCOM uncrewed systems are mid to high altitude RPAs that are piloted from a number of bases in the U.S. In addition, tactical units in theater are using low altitude, locally piloted and semi-autonomous systems that can easily be hand-launched to quickly gain situational awareness of the immediate area. Combined, these systems perform intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR, force protection, and if needed, aerial strikes. Flying up to 40 sorties per day to cover multiple 24/7 patrols, these systems seamlessly integrate into operations all across the theater. The RPA pilots check in with Kingpin as any manned aircraft in theater would do and are fully integrated into command and control networks. Years ago, when I was the operations group commander at Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, there was an RQ-4 Global Hawk that lost its link and needed approval to land in zero visibility due to fog. The squadron operations officer called me at 2:30 in the morning requesting permission to land. So I asked the ops officer, sleepily, what are the options? What are my options? What happens if I don't give the approval for this aircraft to land? The airman said, "Sir, look, it's lost link. It'll land here with or without your approval, regardless of the weather." So I went out on a limb and approved the landing. Now, that RQ-4 was integrated better than the Vegas example that I gave at the beginning of the speech and could support multiple combatant commanders in the same mission. But its mission was fairly scripted and did not allow for much variation, and obviously it couldn't change where and when it needed to land. Compare that to our uncrewed platforms today that have increased redundancy, are capable of dynamic retasking in flight to support reprioritization of missions, and can re-roll from a tasked intel collection mission in the region to cover a higher priority mission over the Arabian Gulf or perhaps Iraq or Syria. Combine this with ACE, or Agile Combat Employment concept, and enabled by remote landing and takeoff capability, today's RPAs are no longer bound to the launch and recovery elements, or LREs, of just a few years ago. They can take off and land just about anywhere, giving commanders much greater flexibility and resiliency. This allows aircraft to remain on station longer in emergencies and land at forward bases for fuel or divert for weather. In fact, we've lost several uncrewed aircraft in the past because the weather at the LRA base with no option to divert. The operational limitations now reside with the placement of ground crews to catch the aircraft and prepare it for its next mission rather than with the platform itself. As much as we use and depend on these systems today, we also have an eye for the future in CENTCOM. To emphasize the need for innovative solutions to the tough problem sets facing Central Command, Air Forces Central, which is also called AFCENT, Naval Forces Central, which is NAVCENT, and Army Forces Central, or ARCENT, have activated 3 innovation task forces focused on their respective domains. AFCENT, as the 9th Air Force, created Task Force 99, concentrating on the air domain. NAVCENT, as the 5th Fleet, created Task Force 59, developing capabilities in the maritime domain. And ARCENT, as the 3rd Army, formed Task Force 39 to look at developments in the land domain. All of these efforts are in place to increase agility, survivability, and to outmaneuver our adversaries. I'm sure he'll cover more during his speech tomorrow, but AFCENT Commander Lieutenant General Grinkowitz is breaking new ground with Task Force 99 by bringing a variety of systems from long-endurance ISR to small, commercially available systems, as well as additive manufacturing or 3D printing to provide some amazing capabilities at relatively low cost. These systems have great promise to cover our operational gaps, as well as exploit those gaps of our partners while complementing other established and usually manned capabilities. Next, NAVCENT's Task Force 59 is the most mature of our component innovation task force, recently celebrating its 2nd anniversary, and it's focused on the maritime domain awareness. CENTCOM's maritime geography is vast and complex and includes 3 of the world's most strategic choke points: the Suez Canal, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Hormuz. And our forces must perform missions against a broad range of malign maritime actors. Our commander, General Kurilla, often says that employing a traditionally crewed ship to patrol the vast maritime environment of CENTCOM is akin to a single highway patrol car patrolling the state of California. We're trying to shrink that ratio by using Task Force 59. Task Force 59 is using operational environment and real-world maritime security missions to advance technology and uncrewed system development. In other words, our theater provides the opportunity to explore novel approaches to solving operational challenges at scale with measurable outcomes. If a given technology is proven effective in our AOR, it could be quickly deployed for use in other combatant commands' area of responsibility as well. By using a mix of remotely piloted and semi-autonomous surface vessels, Task Force 59 is bridging the gap between technologists and warfighters. Task Force 59 systems use machine learning and artificial intelligence to operate and function autonomously, distill overwhelming volumes of sensor data, and optimize decision-making and threat response, all while reducing cognitive load on the remote operators. The concept originally began by using sail drones, remotely piloted surface vessels used by the commercial fishing industry to help find their catch. Sail drones are now being employed as scouts and deliver a level of awareness that was unattainable with our limited number of traditional surface and air assets. For example, these scouts are utilizing specialized commercial off-the-shelf sensors to identify malign actors, smuggling narcotics or advanced conventional weapons, and cue naval or Coast Guard assets to respond. During General Kurilla's recent visit to the region, he conducted a Strait of Hormuz transit on the destroyer USS Thomas Hudner. The advanced screening element of the transit convoy consisted of an Arabian Fox, an uncrewed surface vessel. This semi-autonomous vessel provided over 40 hours surveillance through advanced sensors to the Maritime Operations Center and reported back to the captain of the Hudner. This process increased maritime domain awareness and safety ahead of and during the transit through an area with a high number of threats, a task previously accomplished solely with crewed ships. The feeds from the uncrewed surface vessels are integrated into the Maritime Operations Center at NAVCENT headquarters and proliferated into our partners' operations centers, increasing domain awareness not only for U.S. forces, but also our network of regional partners. And best of all, we've never had a complaint from the crew. Additionally, our regional partners and European allies have noticed the successful employment of Task Force 59 capabilities and have joined the effort. We now have multinational participation from 11 partner nations and 56 vessels, with another 75 to 100 vessels on order, turning Task Force 59 into a true combined task force. Task Force 59 brings greater awareness to the force, which leads to improved and better informed decision-making thereby reducing the likelihood of miscalculation in some of the world's most congested and strategically important waterways. On the land domain, RCENT's Task Force 39 is employing uncrewed systems to advance logistics and sustainment capabilities. The conflict in Ukraine has clearly demonstrated the importance of robust logistical networks. The ability to sustain the momentum of combat power has proven to be vital to the success of any military operation. Therefore, Task Force 39 is building capabilities to better sustain U.S. forces across the CENTCOM area of responsibility using uncrewed systems. Today, adversaries use precision weapons and other advanced technologies to place our logistics networks at significant risk. To counter this, RCENT employs the palletized loading system and leader-follower autonomous transport vehicle system, which is multiple uncrewed cargo-loaded trucks that follow a leader truck driven by a soldier. There's an example of it there on your screen. They increase the survivability and reduce the personnel required to move people and material across a region during large-scale combat operations. Additionally, to reduce supply chains vulnerability and reduce the lead times for critical items, RCENT has experimented with additive manufacturing, which is reducing weapon system downtime by quickly printing and replacing broken parts, saving days, weeks, or even months waiting for parts from the supply chain and keeping warfighting systems in the fight. Finally, experimentation in robotics is showing huge promise in the high-risk activities such as bomb clearing. The broad efforts of Task Force 39 to enhance sustainment capabilities and increase the safety of service members conducting high-risk activities to preserve combat power, expand operational reach, and sustain air power with parts, fuel, and munitions, and increase the lethality of forces in the CENTCOM AOR. Implementing technology requires developing tactics, techniques, and procedures, or TTPs, and training to those TTPs. CENTCOM's Innovation Task Force provide unique opportunities to experiment with new technologies and develop TTPs in physically harsh environment with a high operational tempo. Coupled with the command's culture of innovation and partnership, we can rapidly employ new systems to our air operations while providing feedback to industry from one of the few kinetic environments the U.S. faces today. Looking into the future, the foundations CENTCOM is building today will enable us to integrate even more new technology and capabilities into future operations. It's feasible to see a point, as General McKenzie predicted, when uncrewed companion aircraft employed with the next generation air dominance manned platforms perform multiple simultaneous missions like collecting on a specific target while simultaneously suppressing enemy air defenses in preparation for a strike in the skies over the Middle East, while Sea Scouts semi-autonomously deploy in support of surface combatants to increase standoff and therefore the ship's survivability in the Arabian Gulf. Arrayed with a suite of technical sensors, these systems will penetrate anti-access and area denial zones while simultaneously building our situational awareness in the maritime domain. The air and maritime fight will be sustained with autonomous logistics trains delivering supplies to expeditionary operating locations, keeping airfields open, and munitions and fuel supplies high. All told, uncrewed systems will be pivotal to CENTCOM's ability to deter and, if necessary, defeat regional aggressors, and it isn't a far-fetched science fiction that these systems and capabilities will be used. It's a reality, and the innovative transition is already underway. Before I close, I'd like to quickly revisit a comment I made up front. As mentioned at the beginning, CENTCOM command and control operations in the Middle East region. Today, CENTCOM is in the process of transforming how we command and control, and the uncrewed systems we've just discussed, as well as artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies, are integral to that effort. CENTCOM's vision for Joint All-Domain Command and Control, or JADC2, is to create a single pane of glass that will fuse data from all components and data sources into one common system that improves situational awareness and provides decision quality information to operators from the tactical level up to the strategic level. In conjunction with other DoD partners, CENTCOM is at the leading edge of using AI and machine learning to aggregate intelligence and other information into one system that's fed by all available sources in order to reduce the cognitive load on the humans in the loop and the decision makers. Through the exceptional work of our Chief Technology Officer, Ms. Skye Moore, and her team, we are partnering with industry and experimenting with new capabilities, and those capabilities are used daily in theater operations. The advancements we're making with JADC2 allow us to quickly share information with other combatant commands, eliminating gaps and seams, and crossing the black lines on a map between combatant commands that have historically been problematic. Combatant commands must share resources and synchronize global operations in a strategically competitive environment of today. This is already happening. Our fighter aircraft and refueling tankers can fly from CENTCOM to support neighboring combatant commands on a short-term basis with very little notice. At times, we even share uncrewed assets like RQ-4s and MQ-9s between 2 and 3 combatant commands in the same mission. Now, through JADC2, we have the potential to conduct real-time intelligence, mission planning, and command and control across those same lines. In closing, we're not only brave with uncrewed systems, but we're also highly effective. The future of autonomous and uncrewed systems is bright, and the positive effects go far beyond the kinetic battlefield. Uncrewed platforms are integrated into every aspect of our operations, and I'm sure that tomorrow, Lieutenant General Grinkowitz and also Vice Admiral Cooper at NAVCENT and Lieutenant General Frank at RCENT would agree that uncrewed systems have become a staple of their combat and combat support operations. If only the crew of Vegas 4-1 knew what they started and what we can accomplish now automatically and instantaneously without requiring a long-distance phone call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, General Guillot, for your insightful address. And thank you for your personal and CENTCOM's continued support for our conference series. And also I want to thank your wonderful team that we interact with to make these conferences happen. So one more time, sir, thank you. Well, our Tampa Summit is off to a great start. And again, I want to thank Dr. Eisenberg, General McKenzie, and Lieutenant General Guillot for so eloquently setting the stage for the next 2 days. We will now take a networking break, but please be back at 10:45 because you don't want to miss the first panel that we have. Thank you so much. Well, during the networking break, I believe we got our Afghanistan policy dialogue started. Myself and a couple of, let me go ahead and give the name. David from NESA and Dean Kangas. We had a nice Afghanistan conversation. So this is what these networking and these breaks are about to do this. So welcome back, everybody, and we are ready to get started with our first panel, which will examine foreign defense partnerships in a global competitive market. We're fortunate to have with us David DeRoche to moderate this morning's panel. Mr. DeRoche is an associate professor at NESA. Prior to his position at NESA, he was a director responsible for defense policy concerning Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates and Yemen. Prior to this assignment, he served in the Office of the Secretary of Defense as the DoD liaison to the Department of Homeland Security, as a senior country director for Pakistan, as the NATO's operation director, and as a deputy director for peacekeeping. I'll turn over the discussions now to Mr. DeRoche, and also this morning through chit chat we found out he has a very soft spot for Afghanistan and knows very well somebody that I respected, Louis Dupree, which probably wrote the first substantial work on Afghan history and Afghan culture to do that. So David will introduce the panel of speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the question and answer session that follows.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. That's too much, and I've got to say that U.S. government titles are inflated. So I was at one time the senior country director for Pakistan. My business card said country director for Pakistan, and I was, you have to fly through London to get to Islamabad on a U.S. government ticket. So I would break up the trip, meet with my British counterparts. I gave them my card. He looked at it and said, country director for Pakistan. I thought that was General Musharraf. So there we have it. One of the things, I'm going to depart a little bit, one of the things that we've learned from our two speakers this morning is really everything that we're dealing with has been dealt with kind of before, maybe not in the exact technological thing. And so I would just point out that in that photograph of me, you see those green books behind me, that's the history of the United States Army in World War II. It's an 88-volume series. It's all available on the web publicly. And a lot of the hard lessons we're learning about modern warfare have been experienced with different technology in there. And I want to make a pitch for the best volume of the 88, which is the Quartermaster Corps Operations in the War Against Japan. And you will find out things like the U.S. Army invaded New Guinea and had no mortuary detachments because we just assumed we were going to win and not have any dead bodies to take care of. And then when you have 2,000 dead bodies in July on the equator, lying in salt water, you have a serious problem. I'm not going to read the bios of our participants today because I want them to speak and I want you to ask questions. I will make one point about this. The first point is that while this is a Chatham House rule forum, we have some people who represent different government positions. They are not speaking in their capacity. They are not echoing government formation, so please do not quote them as government spokesmen. Indeed, do not quote me as a government spokesman because I'm not speaking of that. The second thing is, when our panelists say foreign military sales, you may, if you do not work in the government, you may not realize it, but they are speaking with capitalized letters. The U.S. government drives people crazy because we use so many acronyms for things, but it's even worse when we use common sense words. And when a person in the U.S. government says foreign military sales, that does not mean any sale of military goods and services to a foreign partner. It's a specific U.S. government program that's conducted under State Department authority. So when we see a conflict there, I'll try to highlight that for you, but in general, don't apply common sense to foreign military sales. It's not common usage. So we have a broad topic, and what I'd like to do is I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give us 2 to 3 minute opening remarks on this, and then I have some specific questions we're going to go to. So we'll start with you, John.
Can you hear me okay? All right. Thank you, Dave. Just like to thank General McKenzie and the GNSI for the opportunity to be here today. This is a phenomenal opportunity, and thank you for inviting SOCOM to be part of this discussion. My name is John Pelleriti. I'm a retired Brigadier General with about 25 years in Special Forces, so kind of the Special Ops side of the house. I retired out of SOCOM in July as the Deputy Director for Operations, spent about 3 years there, and then just started in July, the same month, changed uniforms and started as the civilian Deputy J5, which is the Director for Strategy, Plans, and Policy at SOCOM. So this is just really excited about discussing this topic with you. SOCOM, as most of you know, has been laser focused on counterterrorism, primarily in General McKenzie's AOR and in the Middle East and Africa for the past 20 years, but we realize the world has changed, over the past several years, and SOCOM is changing as well, as we still hold the counterterrorism remit for DOD in large measure, but we are rapidly changing and modernizing for the threats in accordance with our national defense strategy, China, Russia, Iran, and DPRK, and trying to balance those requirements globally. So AI and ML, autonomous systems, is a key part of that modernization and transformation, and look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ms. Cressey.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank GNSI for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure representing the Department of State, but not in official capacity, right? I am the director of the Office of Regional Security and Arms Transfers, and so my office has the responsibility for administering, in capital letters, the Foreign Military Sales program, which is one of the main ways that the United States government helps to build the capacity of our partners and allies worldwide through arms transfers. I have about 20 years of experience at the State Department, an additional 10 years or so in consulting and in academia, and I've been in my office in RSAT, in the Bureau of Political and Military Affairs, for about 10 years now. Our office has a global remit, so we are responsible for everything from increasing Ukraine's capacities to providing weapons to Taiwan, to working with India, everything, working on AUKUS with our Australian and UK partners. So one of the things I also want to talk about is from, I think a lot of folks don't understand why State Department is involved in weapons transfers. That seems to be a DoD type of thing. For us, it is a opportunity to really enter into partnerships with foreign countries, partnerships that last for decades. And so State Department is involved to make sure that what we're doing really is in line with our national security and foreign policy objectives. So I look forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Stipe.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Commander Stipe Skelin. Currently, I'm positioned in CENTCOM, to be more precise, under J5 CSAG. That is a very unique group of people, mainly based from the people from CENTCOM AOR. So we like to think about ourselves that we are some kind of military think tank. We had the pleasure to brief General McKenzie on multiple occasions. Thank you for having us, sir. I'm from Croatian Navy. Let's say that I'm, in this case, maybe representing the other side of the story, the people who are consuming FMS, and have some knowledge from the people in the region, how they see FMS and what they need in the future. Maybe we can discuss here about global competition through the lens of drones, FMS systems that are in the region, and how that can be opportunity and also challenge for the future interaction. On the other hand, we like to follow the vision of CENTCOM about people, partner, innovation, and drones are maybe one of the best things, like we heard from Keynote speakers this morning, one of the best way how to implement that in future and create deeper partnership regarding challenges that are in front of us. Thank you.
Yeah, closer.
Challenges that are in front of us for this decisive decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So FMS, foreign military sales, and when Laura spoke and said foreign military sales, you heard the capitalization in her voice. So there we go. And then finally, Dr. Roach, Stephen.
Here at the University of South Florida. I appear to be the only non-governmental and non-military voice here. So I will try to keep my perspective and my words critical in that sense. I have some experience in the government, though. I recently was a country expert for the USAID assessment team for the democracy, human rights, and governance in South Sudan. And so we put together an assessment report in 2020, just before the pandemic hit. It was actually perfect timing. And that has served as a blueprint for the strategic mission of USAID and in part the State Department as well in South Sudan. So that's sort of my practical experience. I did a Fulbright the year after that in Spain, looking at the various political parties and the rise of populism in that country, and but also the containment of that factor. I've been here at USF for almost 20 years, and so I've been teaching on a wide range of topics and also publishing on a wide range of topics. So some of those topics in this case include the International Criminal Court. Published a couple of books on that, and also on international relations theory as well as minority rights. But I've also more recently focused on autonomous weapons and the ethics of autonomous weapons. So I'm going to be sort of a bridge between this panel and this afternoon's panel, I suspect, in part. And that actually grew out of a book series that I'm an editor of at the State University of New York, SUNY book series on ethics and the contemporary challenges of warfare. So that's where I come in terms of the military angle, and I'm certainly interested in sort of conveying what I think are some of the very important strategic partnerships for the future, and as this relates to the UAV, the UAS and UAV that, of course, is couched under that system. So again, thank you for the organizers for inviting me to speak on this panel, and I'm quite honored. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 3 generalized questions for the panel, and then I'm going to, hopefully that will provoke some questions or ire or whatever, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So let me start off with the first one. How can U.S. provision, sales, foreign military sales, technology transfer of UAVs provide opportunities to build and deepen American foreign partnerships? Are U.S. policies allowing the U.S. to keep pace with our strategic competitors? And by strategic competitors, I'm not limiting this to the classical Russia, China. There's also, when we talk weapons sales, you know, some competitors are France, Israel, Turkey, et cetera. So we'll start with Stephen, if you want to take a whack at that. We're going to finish with Laura on this because she's got
Right. Well, most of my comments are pretty much focused on Ukraine because that's where most of our focus is on, and the issue of UAVs has become a very big one in Ukraine itself. We have supplied almost 1,000 kamikaze switchblade drones to the Ukraine since the war started. Ukraine has benefited enormously from this, as they have with other technology and military imports, which of course include Stinger missiles, or in this case, Patriot missiles that are, of course, shooting down some of the missiles coming in from Russia. But this whole issue of the UAVs in Ukraine is one in which there is uncertainty as to whether or not the United States should start to supply more advanced UAVs, and that includes, in this case, the MO-9 Reaper, which the United States has withheld Ukraine. And the thinking here is that the United States wants to take a restrained approach to the Ukraine in terms of these sales to its leadership. This is largely because the United States is following international norms and rules that have existed before, one of which is the Missile Technology Control Regime, which prevents the signatories and the people part of that regime from delivery of ballistic missiles. And there's also hints that Biden is considering some of the human rights considerations through his reference for the Conventional Arms Transfer, CAT. And so the United States has taken a very restrained approach. It is trying to abide by certain norms and rules. It may have learned some lessons in Afghanistan. in that respect, but also it may not want to entice Russia and China to sort of escalate its role. But what's curious about this, and the Brookings Institution did a study on this, the public perception, the domestic perception, is such that people want those drones to be, in this case, shipped to Ukraine. The majority of people in this case believe that that should be the case. In the United States, in this case, is withholding. There's a little bit of a gap, if you will, between public perception and government action. And how this is going to get resolved or bridged, for that matter, is an issue that will, of course, persist as the United States decides whether or not to escalate the war a little bit on the UAV front by actually providing these much more advanced UAVs.
All right. John, I'm going to come to you next. I'd like you to not focus on Ukraine. I think we kind of beat that to death, but talk about coalition building in general and how UAVs can help UAV exports and policies. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think the answer is definitely yes. And more broadly, how does the sale of advanced technology provide opportunities to build and deepen partnerships? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. But we've got several considerations when we sell, lease, give advanced technology like UAVs to partners. I think one is policy alignment. We're pretty well aligned with Ukraine right now, but how well are we aligned? How are these systems going to be used against who and when and what for? So I think that's a key, as well as the capacity to use them effectively, right? So what General Guillot described to you, when you've got a pilot that's possibly thousands of miles away, you've got launch and recovery elements, you've got maintainers. You've got an operations center with a general or flag officer who's exquisitely trained in the rules of engagement, that's making those decisions with state-of-the-art technology and communications. Does the country have the capacity and the ability to employ that system, in that manner? So a lot goes into those decisions, as well as how does it align with the overall whole of government priority, and long-term approach, right? Because if we just sell a piece of equipment or a UAV, it's much less effective than if it's integrated into a whole of government long-term strategy, with that partner. So we want to make sure we're aligned, and it's much more difficult now with when we look at China, Russia, Iran, DPRK, counter-terrorism, we've got a broad set of partners and adversaries that we've got to distribute limited assets to and prioritize. So it's a pretty complex problem set.
Indeed. Stipe, a partner's perspective, please.
Thank you. It's going to be a little bit more focus on CENTCOM AOR. So like we saw this morning, this definitely creating opportunity to this multi-domain, especially task forces like 39, 59, 99. But also, on the other hand, we need to see there are some challenges. So US is definitely partner of choice for Middle East AOR, I would say even broader, worldwide. But because of restriction and limitation that there are in FMS to US side, like human rights, that we can consider also one of the restriction. Other competitors like China, Iran, like you already mentioned, Russia, they don't have this restriction. It's a true fact that US is not giving you just one system. They're giving you everything what is going with that system, maintenance, training, spare parts. But in long term, US is partner of choice, but all of others competitors are partners of necessity. Because countries have their needs. They have their defense needs that US sometimes cannot fulfill in the time frame that that country is expecting. And that is leading us that competitors are becoming more and more partners of necessity. I want to address one thing that commander of CENTCOM said in the hearing in Washington this year. He said that 95% of US FMS is going well. 5% is problematic. 80% of that 5% is CENTCOM AOR. So this AOR is very specific, and for me, the elephant in the room, and elephant is in the room is how we watch the problem, from which side we watch that elephant, is synchronization of political and military approach to this region. So competitors are not competing really with the US, because US is giving the best products that you can imagine, but sometimes country doesn't need that, and that is leaving this low cost, low quality space for competitors that they are using now. When we speak about China, China is starting from somebody who was buying a lot of equipment from Russia from beginning of this century. In the last few years, they start to sell equipment, more and more equipment. That's going to lead us to some discussion that we're going to have later on, I hope. But we need to say that optimization and utilization of whole governmental approach by US side in this moment can bring dividends in this decisive decade. This decade, we're going to compete with competitors, and at the end, somebody going to be in front. We need to make sure that what we've done through the FMS is one part of the tool of US policy that is also in the hand of commanders of COCOMs that they can use in the future to build and deepen their partnership with countries that they are dealing with.
Okay. And Laura, if you could, I want to ask you to make some reference to the MTCR, since Stephen raised that in your remarks.
Great, thanks.
That's all. That's all.
That's all. So there were a number of excellent points that were just made. I want to try to sum it up a little bit and define some of the things that my colleagues up here talked about. So when we are examining whether or not to make a sale under the Foreign Military Sales Program, or FMS program, we are guided by our conventional arms transfer policy, the CAT policy that Stephen mentioned. And the CAT policy requires that we take into account a number of considerations. Whether or not the transfer is going to impact the regional security balance. What can the partner effectively absorb the capability? Can they pay for it? The last thing we want to do is bankrupt our partners with our arms sales. Do they follow nonproliferation norms? Do they follow human rights practices, international human rights law? Is the potential sale essential for the U.S. defense industrial base? So all of these considerations are taken into account, including for the sales of unmanned aerial systems. Those aren't so bespoke that they fall outside of our CAP policy considerations. I think to the basic question, and to the MTCR question, we also have to take into account our missile technology control regime responsibilities. And so when you're looking at UASs, what that means is we have a strong presumption of denial for the export of Category 1 UASs, which under the regime are certain parameters such that they are considered to be able to deliver weapons of mass destruction. So we take that into account as well. We look at everything on a case-by-case basis. We listen to our commanders in the different AORs, take into account what they have to say. I think General Guillot had some excellent examples of how useful UASs can be for the U.S. military. So of course, those kind of capabilities can also be used effectively by our partners and allies around the world. And the foreign military sales process gives us the opportunity to train with the operators, train with the maintainers, help them understand the tactics and procedures that we use in the U.S. military, so that these partners are effective stewards of the technology. As Stipe mentioned, one of the hallmarks of the FMS program is that we practice what's called the total package approach, which means we don't just dump a piece of hardware on the doorstep of our partners and say good luck, but we provide the training of the pilots, the training of the maintainers. We teach them English if they need it. We make sure that they have the spare parts to maintain the capability. And so from the State Department perspective, what this means is that we're entering into, as I mentioned earlier, decades-long partnership with these countries. So I think when UASs really kind of came on the international scene, there were many in Washington and up on the Hill that looked at this capability as with real concern and felt that it needed to be treated with kid gloves. But I think, as folks have been talking about today, it's one of many tools in our toolbox, and it's one that we need to make sure is used responsibly, and like all of our military equipment that we transfer to our partners overseas. One of the unique aspects, though, about UAS is that I do want to mention, an interesting thing is that, especially when you're looking at the ISR capabilities, we have the opportunity to encourage countries, if they're interested in a platform, to look at a contractor-owned, contractor-operated model, where they work with a U.S. company, and the company operates that system in their country and provides them with the downlink for the ISR. So they kind of get to fly before they buy the actual system. That's very useful in the UAS space, and it's not something that we see in many of our platforms at all. But I think that the foreign military sales system can really be used to build and enable our partners around the world to make them effective partners with the U.S. military.
Great. My next question, oh, by the way, let me point out, so the MTCR, most of the restrictions on that revolve around the payload that a missile or a drone can carry and the range of a missile or drone. So there is a risk as nuclear weapons become miniaturized that the MTCR will become irrelevant. But that's a question for scientists, I think, that we'll deal with. My second question deals with U.S. security more specifically. To what extent does the purchase by partners of Chinese, Russian, Turkish, French, Israeli equipment or other things by our partners challenge current and future security cooperation to the U.S.? So to what extent, if our partners have foreign purchases of drones, does that have an impact on the United States? We'll start with Stipe, because you're our foreign partner here.
Thank you.
Actually, ally, forgive me. Welcome to NATO, a few years late.
Yeah, a few years late. So I would like to divide these two groups when you are speaking about competitors. So if you're speaking about Turkey, France, Italy, Spain, Germany, maybe Croatia, I wouldn't say, okay, we are competitors in the market with US companies, but we can be also a very useful tool for US effort. If you have limitation to sell some weapon system to some countries, and this other partner or ally countries doesn't have those limitations, and I know by your policies and your laws you are not allowed to advocate for any company that is not US, but maybe this would be good change of the policy to use allies and partners to fill the gap and lower the gap for the future of real competitors like China and Russia and Iran. Maybe something to think about, food for the brain. And when we are speaking about Chinese equipment or Iran equipment, Russia equipment, I think it's very clearly that if you buy that equipment, you cannot plug into the systems that they are provided by US, and to be honest, frankly honest, with most of the all NATO countries. So when you are buying that equipment, there is significant risk in that. All these initiatives that we are building on the sharing information, sharing data, creating one real-time picture, if you like, and to answer to the threats or dangers that they are identified. If we have a system that cannot speak with the other system, we are making the gap. So what is currently based on ESR, like we saw this morning, a lot of ESR is based on the drone systems. And on the other hand, if you go one step away from the hardware, and we are speaking about China, who is now providing very low cost, low quality products, we need to understand that China has very good capability to learn. And they're going to learn from FMS what you are giving in the package. They're going to offer that package. We already see that trend going through the IMET, International Military Education and Training. They're also offering now the packages for different countries, mostly now African countries, but that's going to spread.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be also, let's say, partner of necessity, but you need to work with them. You need to understand how they do the business, how they do job. They're very pragmatic, and to be honest, they're very patient. They have time. So what they've done in the last 15 years, it's impressive, but we need to consider that they are still building their military capabilities. They are still not completely open to the worldwide to offer whatever they have. On the other side, we have US, who was dominant and still is dominant world power. So it's much more easier with this network of friendship, allies, partnership, to deal with these challenges. For China, they're still getting there, but eventually they will be there. So we need to keep an eye and maybe to see not just allies and partners like competitors in the market, but also to create opportunity for them as well for ourselves to keep these initiatives like air defense initiative in the Middle East, Red Sand, and these task forces, good common ground where we can encourage each other saying, okay, you are very good in this, keep doing that, we're going to fill this gap. Just to lower and close the door for real competitors.
Excellent.
Thank you.
John?
I think the answer, the simple answer is yes. It would challenge current and future security cooperation, but I think, potentially a distinction, and General McKenzie mentioned earlier, and you mentioned, the similarities with the Cold War, as far as great power competition and the echoes that we're seeing today. I think potentially one difference between the competition now and the Cold War is the lines were largely drawn down ideological lines in the Cold War, right, between the USSR and the Western states led by the United States. And here what we see is it's a much more transactional relationship, with many of our partners and allies. And I don't know that we can necessarily hold it against a potential partner, if they turn to China and Russia, for either a security need or economic or infrastructure or 5G technology. I think it's on us to realize that this is a competitive market. And they may not be, pro-Maoist or pro-PRC or the Putin regime, but they've got basic needs that need to be met. And it's not only their security needs, but it's economic, it's infrastructure, it's roads, it's bridges, it's ports. So I think we as a U.S. government have to understand that, and really, and again, that takes us back to developing a whole of government approach to our engagements and our relationships, and understanding that these other needs are out there. If we don't meet them, our partners and allies will find other sources to meet them.
Good point. Dr. Roach?
What that question, and I think it does, speak to, again, are some larger issues, one of which is whether or not this increasing competition requires a response by the United States. And what has been sort of curious, at least in terms of a set of developments over the past few years, is there's been more discussion and more opinion pieces about how, in this case, we could start to think about banning PRC supply goods, in this case, to try to maybe gain control over the supply chain in that regard. And the series of bans in this case range from activities that the U.S. government could do, which in this case would be to have the Commerce Department and the Department of Defense to conduct more investigations and get more proactive in terms of what kind of threat some of the PRC UAV products actually constitute. And it's a credible threat, and it's one in which I think that people fear what has happened with the TikTok app. There's, of course, Huawei, the 5G, and of course, the Communist Party demands complete fidelity from its companies and whatnot. There's really no distinction between the state and the company. So the threat is very credible to competition, but it sort of raises the question of what kind of response can the United States have to sort of maintain that strategic edge, to maintain the strategic cooperation. And what I think is a curious development is how the market forces inside the United States have responded in part to this. They are, and the advocates of this more market-based approach in this case, which would combine with government agency action, is to start talking about competition and the dependence on foreign supply chains in the PRC. And so there is, for instance, the Integration Partnership Agreement. There is an attempt to try to work with some of the larger companies inside the United States, and this is actually pulling back a little bit. It's sort of America first, but I'm going to see if I can kind of connect it back into the global part here, which we're focused on here. And that is using the resources that we have inside the United States to address the role of UAVs in terms of sustainable development, in terms of, in this case, crop rotation and preserving agriculture in a way that, in this case, would really be beneficial. And there's between the government agencies and guardian agriculture in this respect. There's also, in this case, discussion of how the U.S. government and market forces could actually combine to provide for better delivery services of Amazon products within under 30 minutes in terms of delivery service. I mention these examples because what is happening inside the United States in terms of the discussion is that we're starting to think about how these market forces can actually be brought to bear in terms of making the United States more competitive. It could complement the bans, but I actually think the bans will be counterproductive in a lot of respects. I think U.S. competition can rise to the occasion in this respect, and also, and this is the link here I want to make, between this sort of America first or pulling back and the global responsibility is that the United States is starting to really focus more on what is called integrated deterrence. We're starting to build not so much competition, but coalitions. And can we actually sort of link this up, this sort of more domestic market response, with an international policy of coalition building that right now is underway in the aftermath of the GCC +3 conference that just took place in July. There's a lot of excitement, I think, and a lot of uncertainty as well with respect to how the UAVs are going to play a role in this respect. But I think that might be a global link that we might want to start thinking about. It's more synergy, it's more coalition building than competition per se. And the United States in this case is spearheading that kind of.
All right, and Laura, you're up again.
Thanks, appreciate it. I think this question is an important question. There's so many different aspects that we can discuss. We could, talk about this one for hours, but I think I'll try to lump my comments into two general areas. One has to do with, arming our partners and our capacity to do that, and then the other has to do with technology security. So the United States, when you look at arms sales writ large, we have the majority of the global market share. I'm not saying for UAS, but globally. One of the things that the war in Ukraine has really laid bare for all of us is the limitations of the capacity of the defense industrial base and our ability to supply not just the DoD and our services with weapons in a timely fashion, but also our partners and allies who also need to get capabilities in a timely fashion, as John pointed out. So the United States, I don't think we're under any illusion that we're going to be able to supply weapons or supply UAS to everybody. And Dave, to your initial question, when you mentioned China and Russia and others, I think when we're looking at strategic competition, we like to say in our office that this isn't a race to the bottom. We're not looking to take on all of the market share that the PRC and Russia has, because most likely there's going to be a number of partners that they deal with that the United States government is not going to want to deal with for human rights, for democracy, for proliferation, for whatever kind of reason. But I think that, one of the things that Secretary Blinken has said is that we're not going to tell countries, we don't have the ability to tell countries that they cannot procure from the PRC, for instance. It's our job instead to give countries with a viable choice and to demonstrate, that we have superior products. We do not engage in predatory lending practices. We don't, we are interested in capacity building and to provide our partners with a choice. In some instances, they're not going to be able to afford it. In some instances, the technology is going to be too sophisticated for their requirements, and that's going to be okay. But there are times when our partners are going to procure from partners that maybe we don't want them to. And what that's going to mean is that that's going to impact the kind of security cooperation relationship that we're going to be able to have with that country. I think an illustrative example, again, unfortunately not in the UAS space, but an illustrative example is Turkey's acquisition of the S-400 missile defense system from Russia. And we had to remove Turkey from the F-35 family and we could not subject one of our crown jewels to an insecure technological environment. And I think that's going to be the case in the UAS space as well. There are going to be, some acquisitions from partners that we wish that they didn't make, and that could impact the kind of cooperation that we're able to enter into.
Okay. I'm going to give Laura a few minutes here in her corner to cut up her wounds because she's going to get the first question. Let me give you a little pitch. So my last name, DB, are my initials. @DB is my Twitter handle, and I will tweet out today Colin Kahl's speech at the just departed Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, his speech at the Manama Dialogue last year, where he addressed these issues in not as much detail, but made the same points about how this is a fundamental of respecting U.S. sovereignty, and believe it or not, the United States actually has valid security concerns. We don't talk about it very often. We generally don't mention that we are a sovereign nation, but we are, and that's where it's at. So if you want to pursue this in some depth, @DB Roche, just at your leisure. So the third question, and we're going to go to you first, Laura, so hopefully your cut man has taken care of you. What policy changes would you advocate to enable the U.S. to remain competitive globally while still addressing valid human rights and other complex security concerns? That's a short question with a lot of different answers. And Laura, no rest for the wicked. Have at it.
Thanks. I think that the UAS space is one where we've seen just dramatic changes in technology and a real concern that our policies have not kept pace with that change in technology. We have heard that from industry partners, and we've heard it from our foreign partners as well when we tell them that we're not going to sell them certain systems. I would say that in my office, we work hand in glove with two bureaus in the State Department, the Democracy and Human Rights Bureau and the International Security and Nonproliferation Bureau, to make sure that our arms sales, in particular with regard to UAS, take into account human rights concerns and take into account the missile nonproliferation concerns that are really outlined or codified in the MTCR that we mentioned earlier. The CAP policy references both of these concerns. Our desire that our arms transfers should reinforce our nonproliferation and human rights and international human rights law, and that these transfers should support those considerations. Back in 2020, we came out with a new UAS policy. We understood in the government that policies need to change and need to take into account changing technologies. And we were looking to modernize the approach of the MTCR and liberalize the kinds of UAS systems that could be exported. I mentioned earlier Category 1 systems that a lot of the UASs, Predators, Reapers, others fall into. Under the MTCR, there's a strong presumption of denial in terms of exports, which means we generally don't export those systems. And so back in 19 and 2020, we took a refreshed view at this policy and came up with some new parameters based on the speed of the aircraft, and came up with a new definition whereby we could, again, based on the speed parameter, take a class of Category 1 systems and treat them as Category 2, which does not have the strong presumption of denial. That was something that we tried to get consensus within the MTCR. It's a consensus-based organization, and so it's very hard when you have Russia and others there to get something passed. And we had to instead say that this was going to be a national position that we were taking. And so in 2020, we instituted this new policy that allows us now to transfer systems that we may not otherwise have. We continue to review everything on every potential sale on a case-by-case policy, consistent with the CAP policy. But I think now, as you've seen, we have agreed to the transfer of MQ-9s to Taiwan as a indicator that we are willing to export these systems. I think that what's important, important generality to voice is that despite what folks might say, policies are not frozen in amber. We are always looking to review our policies and make sure that they're still current, they're still applicable, and in the case here with UASs and other advanced technologies, that they keep pace with the technological advancements.
Okay. Stephen?
I'd like to actually speak to the issue of targeted drone killings. That's something that I've done some work on, and I would be remiss if I did not, of course, address that in a little bit more detail, but also somewhat from an ethical perspective, since we're coming to the third question here. And so I'm going to actually be more focused on policy changes that have occurred and maybe try to suggest some policy change in terms of how we target the enemies through UAVs. And just to back up a little bit, historically, the Bush administration really began to orchestrate this plan, this policy of targeting by UAVs terrorists. And they had pretty much an all-out approach, right? It was a global war, everybody was fair game and whatnot. That prompted the Obama administration, when they took office, to scale back and to become more precise in the targeting. But that also led to more killings. And eventually, by the end of Obama's administration, the policy changed again, and there was a new rule in this case, and it was consisting of various parts, but the most important were, in this case, is the United States going to be able to, or I should say, defend itself against, or to have its civilians in those areas defended, or those states that where the terrorist activity is occurring, are they assisting the United States in terms of its ability to target and contain and control and prevent terrorism? and also the most important one, which is near certainty that there is identification of the actual terrorist itself. And that was the big change, the rule change for Obama. Now, this was towards the end of his term, and I think it might have led to a reduction in the number of targeted killings by UAVs. And, of course, the fallout out from that is, of course, that civilians get caught up and civilians die as well. And I should just mention a statistic before I get into the Trump and then ultimately the Biden administration policy changes. There has, between 2002 and 2020 in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia, there were an estimated 10,000 to 17,000 people who were actually killed by UAV strikes. It is believed that 800 to 1,750 were civilians. That places you right at about 10% in terms of civilians. And that, of course, is a very big cause of concern. The Trump administration was, in large part, sort of a contributor to it because they've reversed the precision, the near certainty, to reasonable certainty. That was a policy change that they undertook, and that led to more civilian deaths by UAVs. And by the time the Biden administration took over, Biden decided to take it out of the commander's hands, for the most part, and put it in the White House, into more centralized control by the White House in terms of approval and authorization of the strikes themselves. And what has happened, therefore, is there's more approval, there's probably more oversight, more checking, but there still is somewhat more of the larger issue that, of course, I contend with on a more daily basis and teaching, but also in terms of editing and writing, which is that, is this a moral and acceptable position for the United States to take to, in this case, justify its aggressive attacks into another country, when in fact that might be something that China and Russia might look at and be incentivized to follow. And of course, it's a violation inherently of international law. International law, of course, is very clear in terms of the right of self-defense in Article 51 of that charter. And so it's still, no matter what we do with the policy change, we're still in conflict with international law. So how do we, in this case, start to go closer towards international law and align our policy more towards that? I think the Biden administration has done maybe some work, and I think may have made some progress towards that, but it's not clear. There's no transparency, obviously, with these UAV strikes. So that's one of the other issues, and so I leave it kind of open in that sense.
Okay. Stipe?
Thank you. So I would like to stress there is some documents, and we are speaking about changing policies to keep U.S. still competing with others. Mm-hmm. So very good start is this retooling FMS for Age of Strategic Competition. That is very interesting document that is showing intents. For me, the problem with that document is there is no follow-up, there is no some time frame. Mm-hmm. How you're going to implement it and what are criteria are, how you're going to measure efficiency of that document in this era. So, like I already said, there is also space to change U.S. policies to give partners and allies the opportunity to compete together with you against real competitors like and maybe adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, to work together on the different programs. I know that is challenging, especially to the U.S. policy and U.S. industry, military industry, in fact. But like Ms. Laura already said, there are big challenges now, and we see that in the Ukraine war, about producing and satisfying demands for weapon systems and ammunition. To remove some of limitation and maybe to have more pragmatic approach from U.S. because U.S. and competitors are not playing by the same set of rules. U.S. has a lot of limitation to the human rights that competitors really don't care about. Maybe to find some middle ground regarding that, and also by seeing the other country, maybe to see that country through the lens of country and the region, not just see it through the lens of US. That would be very interesting approach for the future, to have more understanding of the partners and future allies. That could be interesting. And me and my colleagues had discussion long about this. So for us, FMS is very important tool, and this tool of FMS in a CENTCOM region can be used to lower this abandonment narrative that is used by especially China and Russia, saying US is abandoning this region, all the focus is now on the Indo-PACOM, they don't care about you. Maybe to show, because we really believe that US still care, and to find some contingency solution to lower this risk of losing the partners in the future, to readdress them, but to readdress them from the position of the partner, not from the position of US. And maybe something like risk analysis, to create some kind of risk analysis policies that can be used by US to think about, okay, if we lose this country in this term, how that gonna affect us in the long term? What if those countries switch to another players? How we can react to that, to mitigate that risk, to some analysis, and to deepen future cooperation by understanding that maybe this is going to be very controversial, very provocative, but for some countries, maybe democracy is not ultimate solution. The system they have had very good values, maybe to understand that system better and to remove it from some restrictions. That is maybe very provocative idea, but that's why we are here.
That's exactly what I'd expect to hear from an ally. John, you got cleanup now. Do a good job.
All right, no pressure. Kind of break it into 2 points, really fascinating points from all, but to Dr. Roach's points, I think as far as where technology has brought us with regard to precision targeting is literally has changed the face of the Western way of war. And I think while collateral damage is not to zero, the fact that we can get to near certainty of zero collateral damage through the employment of technology is pretty amazing. And I think it's the way that's tracking as we employ AI and ML, it's going to get closer to zero, in that capability. Now, the question on who do we target, I think is a different question. That's a policy question, and who has the authority to target, whether that's the president, whether that's a geographic combatant commander, or someone below that level, again, is another policy question. But I think, once you decide to target, okay, and I think the employment of technology in precision targeting is where we're going. And I think we probably have an ethical responsibility to use those tools. I think if you just use Ukraine as an example, right? Because we've used a lot of counterterrorism examples, but you look at indiscriminate artillery barrages used by Russia, right, to achieve battlefield effects, really right out of World War II type artillery tactics, indiscriminate killing of thousands of civilians, because they don't have the capability, they don't care, and they don't have that capability that we are working with and through with the Ukrainians. You look at the difference in the way the Ukrainians are employing Western systems and capabilities for precision and to limit collateral damage in a conventional conflict. So I think there's an ethical question on should we use AI and ML for targeting. There's another question. The other side of that coin is how can we not? If we can get to near zero certainty of minimizing collateral damage by leveraging machine learning and AI to do that, how can we not? If we don't do that, what are the ethical considerations of not using that technology? So I'll leave it there.
let me abuse my prerogative. So this question was designed to talk about institutional barriers to sales, but both Stephen and John spoke about policies in implementing UAVs. And at first, those answers might seem in contrast to the spirit of the question, which was really about security cooperation, how to enhance it. But there is an effect. I want you to visualize, everybody knows the image from the Vietnam War of the naked girl fleeing the napalm strike running down the street. And that image was visceral in galvanizing opposition to the Vietnam War. Well, turns out that napalm strike was by South Vietnamese forces. But they were flying American aircraft. They learned how to make napalm from the Americans. The bomb casings that napalm was American. So the employment of the weapons, not just the transfer, and the policies that govern that, does have an effect in this instance of eroding support for the South Vietnamese government and for the United States government. So with that learning point in mind, we're open for questions. We have 3 microphones. If you would come up there, I will recognize you, state your name and affiliation, and you can direct your question to an individual audience member, or you can give it to me. I will, however, if the question is long, I'll try to summarize it for the panelists. So who has a question? Yes, you're number 1.
Rangers lead the way. All right, my name is Paul Lushenko from the U.S. Army War College. Thank you very much for this enlightening panel. Steve, we did not coordinate this, but I actually authored the report that you referenced from Brookings, and there's a larger journal article that's under review that I can share. And I think it's an important report because for the first time we take a look at public opinion for drone sales. And unlike the title, which Brookings kind of shaped, it's more than just Ukraine. It's about the export of these drones and public opinion, which ought to matter in a democratic political regime. And what we do find is that, one, it's really about allied nations or perceived allyship that increases public support. And then second of all is the type of mission that's conducted ostensibly. So non-lethal missions, humanitarian assistance, intelligence, surveillance, and collection. What we don't find, however, is that the CAT policy as well as the MTCR demonstrate some sort of shaping effect. In other words, Americans especially don't care about the governance mechanism that manages exports abroad. And this is really where the question is derived from for me is what we call sort of the heterogeneous effects, the other conditions that shape public attitudes. One is FOMO, the fear of missing out, to your point, sir, that if we don't sell these capabilities abroad, that China, Russia, and other actors will. The second is felt sort of morality that you talked about, ma'am, Laura, that there's normative considerations that ought to shape policy. And then finally is the implications for political party affiliation and ideology, which comes down to conservatism. So what we're seeing is that more conservative voters don't support foreign aid abroad. And so there's a set of 3 questions for everybody right here. One is, and I'll leave it to the moderator to kind of distribute these, but one is, what are the implications of the forthcoming presidential election if indeed President Trump is the nominee and wins on aid not just to Ukraine, but generally speaking, and especially in terms of drones? The second is, to what degree do normative considerations actually shape U.S. exports abroad, especially drones? I can imagine that the Department of State representative would want to take that one. And then finally is, to what degree, sir, from your J5 hat at SOCOM, does a fear of missing out in capacity and capability gaps with our allies and partners drive decisions to export these capabilities that we potentially would not have made 10 years ago? So sorry, a lot of easy ones.
No, that's fine. So implications of the election, I think I'll throw that over to the panel if anybody wants to take a whack at it. Stephen, why don't you have the first go at that? Implications of the election. What I'll do is I will select a person with that, and then I'll ask the panelists if they want to chime in on it. But I will select one person for each of the 3 questions.
Okay.
Stephen.
Okay. Well, just my initial impression is that if Trump is elected, if that is the scenario that we're working with here, then of course we go back to that policy and probably even more ramped up. It might be reasonable and maybe even unreasonable certainty with Trump in the second administration in terms of UAV use, and I think it's going to invite probably some type of open competition. The UAVs could In this case, because of the lack of sensitivity towards a regulatory system, or in some way that would be the case with the Trump administration, then it kind of gets us back to, what was originally something that we as global scholars began to sort of talk about, which was, can we get a global regime for drones? Can we start to set up global norms? Can we start to do this? This, of course, was before the multipolar world, of course, took over. This was in the 2000s. But with very few regulatory controls in terms of who gets what and who's making what, obviously partnerships become very important in terms of trying to build those coalitions to kind of prevent some of the effects of that kind of open competition. But I think with the Trump administration, you would, I would hate to think what would occur, but I think you would have to expect the worst, that we would start to go down a path towards a reckless one that would invite more and more stiff competition with those, in this case, that are competitors, but also in this case, ditch a lot of the efforts to try to build coalitions, and this is what the Biden administration has been trying to do and work with the GCC +3. I think you'd see a large abandonment of some of those attempts to do that. And so integrated deterrence that I'd mentioned before, which is one of the policy approaches, would be probably fragmented deterrence, if you will, and it'll lead to more uncertainty, which is what we, of course, got with the Trump administration. One, in this case. Two would be just a little bit more on steroids, I think, quite frankly. So that's just my first sort of impression.
Did anybody see an export surge in drone exports in Trump 1 vis-a-vis other administrations?
I don't think that we necessarily saw a surge in exports because we didn't have enough time, if that makes sense. I mean, what we did was there was the change in policy to try to liberalize our policy to enable the sales, but you didn't have enough time for the production, marketing and production to catch up with that. So I would imagine that, should there be a second Trump administration, you would see a continuation of those policies and an attempt to beef up the industrial base, potentially, invocation of the Defense Production Act to really inject more capital into industry and building up production, and potentially then leading to more drone sales.
Yeah, I think the MQ-9 was included in the UAE weapons package for the Abraham Accords, but I don't know if that was ever concluded. So.
Yeah, the MQ-9 was part of Abraham Accords, the potential sale to the UAE, but the UAE never signed it.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on the first one? Let's go to the second one. To what extent do normative considerations shape export policy? Stipe, I'm going to ask you the first one. Should they shape it as an ally? What do you think about that?
If I understand the question correctly, to what extent this export going to shape cooperation?
Mm-hmm.
So definitely when, just speaking military language, when we have same equipment, it's much more easier for us to cooperate. Mm-hmm. It's much more easier to understand because with sometimes allies surprise the US when you provide us equipment, we manage to do some kind of our magic and then we use it on different ways. But definitely we're going to have same language, speaking the same language. Mm-hmm. We're going to have similar or basically same tactics. And what is very important to understand is if we share equipment, we share also logistics, support parts, all of that. So in fact, we are open and we have deeper and deeper cooperation with the country who is providing system. So mainly that is not a rule with the competitors, but with the US, and I'm going to speak from my experience. When we share equipment, we share experience. Mm-hmm. We are going to the same pool, and then we are opening also opportunity for us to learn from US as much as US is learning from us. From industrial base, that is meaning that on the long term, you're going to have a cooperation. For US government is meaning more people are buying the same equipment, the price of equipment going to go lower, and that's going to leave more space for innovation for the future. So for me, this is win-win situation on the long term. But Maybe there is some other opinion, and I would like to hear it.
John? To what extent should normative considerations shape our export policy?
I think they always will through popular sentiment as communicated to elected officials that develop, and decide on those policy decisions. But I think we've got, I think there are very strong preconceived notions about drones and drone warfare that we got to be careful with. It's what is the effect to be achieved? What is it once we decide on that, what is the right tool in the toolkit? And I think there's a natural tendency to go to this bright shiny object, which may be a drone or an AI or an ML tool, where what we really need is better logistics and sustainment, and our trucks work and our artillery were able to target accurately. So I think we need to, stay away from the specific piece of kit that is the center of attention, and try to explain the effects we're trying to achieve and what may be the best fit for that for our partner.
Okay. So in the academic literature, what you just described was the venerable Anthony Cordesman described it as the glitter factor, and said that basically arms importing countries oftentimes are not motivated by a rational consideration of their needs and missions, but rather just figure that if they have the latest, the greatest, the best, that they will be more efficient. I call it the Wile E. Coyote model of defense capacity building. You go to the Acme catalog and get your stuff there. Our final question: to what extent does fear of missing out drive policy, or export policy? Do we sometimes sell stuff just because we're worried that we might be ceding a market to the Israelis or to the Chinese or to the Turks? Laura, why don't you take a whack at that, since you're closest to the coal face?
Yeah, so I don't think that fear of missing out is not codified in the CAP policy. So it's not something that we necessarily consider, but if you were to be a little bit jaundiced in your outlook, you might say, well, if you're considering the impact of sales on the U.S. defense industrial base, you're kind of getting at that fear of missing out, or you're getting at the the industry's desire to expand into certain markets and try to blunt the progress of their competitors. But we don't look at it that way. I mean, one of the things that I often say is that I'm not about ceding our decisions to our competitors. We're not going to approve a sale in a region or to a country just because our competitor is going to do it. Those sales have to advance U.S. foreign policy and national security objectives. So that's what I'd say to that.
Okay.
Dave, sorry, can we go just one step back to this implication of election question?
Sure.
And I'm not speaking about any administration now. I'm just speaking generally about that. What I was hearing here from two speakers, with Mr. Steven, Ms. Laura, it's swing of direction of international policy.
Sure.
Maybe that is one of the things that we need to take in regard when we are thinking, working with the partners, building coalitions, because for one administration, some coalition is going to be very important, and then after 4 years, you have change in your policy direction, and then, if I hear it right, then those coalitions are not important very much to administration. So that is also one of the risks that needs to be calculated through the FMS, because FMS is not something I'm going to order on Amazon today and tomorrow I'm going to get new drone. It's process, and that process sometimes take a long time for acquisition. So if administration change in meanwhile, that means that maybe you won't get that product that you really need. And that again, that is leaving the open space for competitors to say, hey, you ordered that how long ago? 10 years ago? 2 years ago? Yeah, I can give you that tomorrow. or something similar to that. So that is one of the things when I was speaking about risk analysis, that should be calculated risk. Saying, okay, this can change, what we're going to do with this? How are we going to advise future administration that this is important? My point of view, sorry.
Good point. Excellent point. Let me make one comment on fear of missing out as an argument. I think, and I'm going to give you a bureaucratic perspective on this, which is a couple things. First off, most Western democracies are parliamentary democracies. And because, you know, the Americans and the Canadians and the Britons and the Australians all speak English, people assume that we have roughly the same system of government. But, you know, if you look at the British, the French, they have, industry is much closely tied into their defense industrial base and their defense export policy than it is in the United States. In the United States Department of Defense, there is no official who has responsibility for both coalition building and weapon sales and defense industrial base below the Deputy Secretary of Defense. There are only two people in the Department of Defense, the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, who combine both responsibility for maintenance of the defense industrial base and the coalition maintenance, arms sales, things of that nature. And obviously, they're kind of busy people. They only, you know, block off 45 minutes to do the Sudoku every day. So you don't get coordinated policy the way that you see in for example, Britain. Never mind Australia, or China rather, or Russia. So that bureaucratic perspective, I think, goes a long way to explaining why I think that's, you know, there was no rush within the U.S. government to provide machine guns to Sudan during the Darfur genocide, even though the Chinese were doing it and the Russians were doing it. You know, it's just not there. All right, other questions from the audience, please. While we are waiting for people to summon up their courage, oh, yes, sir.
Morning, I'm Randy Larson from the University of South Florida. First, I want to thank the panel for this really outstanding discussion, and I also want to thank all the visitors here to our campus today, and I hope you have a great couple days visiting USF. The discussion has been, if I understand right, mostly about kind of the high-level drone systems. These are military-developed, very expensive, very sophisticated drone systems where, you know, the United States government and other foreign governments can control the export and who we sell. Is it time that the United States, maybe we need to have more active conversations also about the next layer of drones, which are commercial and industrial drone applications? So those, and we've seen that in Ukraine where they've been, you know, the militarization of more of the commercial drones. They're very crude today. But clearly, as AI advances and machine learning advances, industry drones are going to be able to carry heavier payloads as part of the industrial applications. But they can be easily weaponized. And I suspect that as they become more sophisticated, this kind of export control, I know there's some export control on drone systems, but this kind of mid-level, you know, non-military derived drones, do you see a time where we're going to have some conversations about how do we regulate that industry? Is there going to be concerns about exports on that kind of mid-level drone system?
Yeah, we'll put them both together. Yes, sir. Name and affiliation, and then your question.
Hello, my name is Michael, and I'm a student here at USF studying cybersecurity. And my question is, what kind of cloud or non-relational databases services are you going to use, and how are you going to protect it? Because with all these fancy drones that you've got, you know, certainly you have to be able to organize it and use software to essentially tell these things what to do and how to do it.
Okay, so we have one question about how do we keep civil use of industrial drones from migrating into the military realm, or should we do that in the second about software and control? Let me throw it open to the panel. Who wants to take a whack at the first one?
start and then,
Okay.
yeah, welcome others. I think your question about, not just focusing on the medium high altitude drones, but looking at some of the smaller ones is a very good question. I would say that Commerce Department is definitely seized with this because of all of the potential civilian applications. And the desire to make sure that U.S. industry is not disadvantaged and can compete in the global marketplace. I would also, from the militarization part of it, I would say that our DoD colleagues are definitely thinking along these lines. I would point you to some recent speeches by Deputy Secretary Hicks and what she has said about the use of the replicator program to really try to focus on drones, small drones, definitely after we see the impact that they have had on the battlefield. So I think it's definitely an area where you're going to see a lot more conversation and consideration about exports.
Anybody else on export control? Yes, John.
Yeah, just great point. I think, a key is we always fight the last war, right? So when we think of drone warfare, we're thinking of the last 20 years in Iraq. Not everybody, but future war will look very different, than we can even imagine. And absolutely, the rapid maturity of class 1 to 3, smaller drones, commercial off the shelf, 3D printing, capabilities as those expand, that is going to be more and more relevant, and we may have no control over it at all. So we either get in that space and we learn how to operate within it, or we fall behind, right? So I think, whether we're actually selling them or whether we're actually, leading, from a DoD perspective, I think, most of our leadership is focused on that as, kind of the way of the future as we think about concepts like swarming and things like that. So definitely a high priority.
Yep. I would say the future is already here. If you Google Baba Yaga, that's the name of a commercial drone that's been adapted. And my NDU colleague, Dr. T.X. Hammis, who's one of the foremost futurists of warfare, has pointed out that Amazon has a prize for a commercial package delivery drone, which if the package becomes an artillery round instead of a pizza, that would be a level of accuracy and lethality that any field artilleryman would kill for. Second question, cloud of software to control. And I want to broaden it back to export controls. Assuming that there is some master software control to do this, how would we control that? How would we regulate that or provide it to our partners in a way that enhances stuff? Or is the cat out of the bag? Is it just too difficult a problem? Stephen, you want to take a whack at that?
Well, my expertise does not focus on that part. I can only say that right now it kind of ties in a little bit with what is still sort of the unknown of the market. Also, of course, the lack of transparency, the inability in this case to put together very accurate numbers. So I wholeheartedly agree that in this case, if we start to work on an honest database, on something that in this case will link back to some of the emerging areas, and like you mentioned, cybersecurity, cyberspace obviously is also involved in addition to airspace and sea in terms of threats, and that will make it even more challenging, obviously, in terms of putting together a database in terms of what sort of UAVs in this case are most optimal for a specific function. How in this case can we start to target the sales in that respect using the database, if that would be one purpose of the database. But that's about the extent to which I can comment on that.
Anybody else? John?
Yeah, big problem. General McKenzie mentioned JADC2, or Joint All-Domain Command and Control. DoD is wrestling with right now. How do we do that? You heard General Guillot talk about the single pane of glass, dream. We're not there yet. I think it presents both a challenge and an opportunity, right? Because our competitors have some of the same problems. PRC specifically drastically outspends us in this area from a state, federal, governmental perspective. But if we're able to successfully partner with private enterprise, that's probably where our advantage lies. So how well are we able to partner with private enterprise, and the innovation that's going on in the private sector will probably be decisive in that space for us.
Okay.
If I could, I would just add that, General McKenzie mentioned it. It's, disruption is the easier of the tasks, and, it behooves us, in protecting our national security. We have to make sure that our foreign partners are protected as well in this space. And so, what we're developing here, we have to be able to provide to our partners so that, Taiwan's systems, for instance, remain secure.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Well, Laura, since you jumped in secondly, I'm going to throw another punch at you. We had an emailed question. Many of CENTCOM's and it was directed to you. Many of CENTCOM's partner nations in the Middle East are turning to China for their foreign military sales needs. Now, that was the uncapitalized foreign military sales. In general, how would you characterize the main reasons why these nations should rely on sales from the U.S. and be wary of partnering with China?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a good question, and one that we grapple with all the time. Namely, the influence of China in the CENTCOM region, the charges that are leveled against us, that we're turning our back to the region as we're looking to Indo-PACOM and also to the war in Ukraine. I think that it is a concern, and we believe that these countries in the region remain very, very important partners to the United States. I would point to right now in the news, you're seeing a lot of the negotiations that are ongoing with Saudi Arabia. Hoping to continue the normalization process between Israel and a number of states in the region. But the complaints that some of these countries have are complaints that we're hearing about globally, which is, the United States is slow in providing equipment, and it's too slow when you're dealing with not just emergent threats, but threats right now. That's a very valid concern, one that we are trying to address, not only in looking at the foreign military sales system, making sure that we are as efficient and effective as possible. Both State Department and DoD, as you alluded to, are involved in a FMS 2023 on the state side and a Tiger team on DoD side to really try to make sure that we are as efficient as possible, and we can get capabilities to partners when they need them. The problem is, honestly, the long pole in the tent is production capacity of our industry partners. Another thing we're trying to address. Another issue I think that we have in this region, an elephant in the room, as you mentioned, for us at the State Department is when we are moving foreign military sales, if they breach a certain threshold, we have to bring those cases to Congress to get approval. And frankly, we've been stymied for some time in moving cases that have to do that are going to our CENTCOM partners. So I think the Saudis and the Emiratis, among others, have very valid concerns that we've had cases that have been sitting up on the Hill for years, and we haven't been able to get them through because of concerns from Democrats or Republicans about our partners and how they are planning to use our military equipment. A lot of this is, I think, a holdover from Saudi Arabia's the war in Yemen. And so we're engaging with Congress all the time to try to explain to them the utility of these cases, the reason why we need to continue to partner with countries in the CENTCOM AOR. We're hoping to make some progress. We had one kick-free last week, which is great, and we hope to continue to make progress. But all to say, I think that these countries have valid concerns, and we're trying to address them.
Anybody else want to whack that? Stephen, you seem to have something in your mind.
Well, actually, if I may, I would like to just offer a slight rebuttal to what
Please.
John had mentioned earlier. There was a very interesting answer, and one that actually was a very important point addressed in a book called Moral Responsibility in 21st Century Warfare, which I put out. But one of the sort of questions that it tends to beg, that is in terms of not using these UAVs that are getting close to near certainty, and that being an ethical issue. That is, if we don't use them, it would be unethical in that sense. Is you still run up against this issue about state sovereignty and international law, which is in this case, how, if you start thinking about different scenarios here, how do you start going after people that have now, or terrorists, and they go into China and they go into Russia territory kind of thing? You're obviously not going to use your advanced weaponry to go after them, but it's also, in this case, always an issue of invading the sovereign space of some other country and doing so in a way in which we're assuming that there's not going to be cooperation from that state. There's no assistance. I mean, that's what the Obama very aggressive policy was about. But at the same time, I'm very sympathetic with that point that you make. I wrestle with that a lot, and I think, though, it also sort of is part of a larger issue of how we're going to, in this case, go after some of those terrorists with using UAV technology that's advancing and make it more enticing and making it even more of an ethical obligation to go after them. But at the same time, running up against that wall, which is, of course, state sovereignty, which is still the fundamental principle upon which, in this case.
Well, you know, if you remove the UAVs from the equation, we can see this playing out in real time in the India-Canada contretemps over the assassination of a Sikh leader in Vancouver.
Yeah.
I would, piling on Laura's thing, it's important to note the congressional notification for foreign military sales. That threshold was set in the 1960s, and it was set at a squadron of F-4 fighters. And the threshold has never been raised, but obviously the cost of weapons has increased. So something that was designed for, you know, Congress to be involved with the major sale of, you know, fighter aircraft in this instance, now that threshold comes in with, say, 5 replacement engines. And it is an incredible impediment, and we go on and on. I can go on and on to that, but nobody wants to hear that. Colonel, your question. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for this panel. Michael Cruiser, Marine Corps University and Air University as well. And I actually kind of want to tie together some of the last few questions and get back to the issue of MTCR and how it fits into it. Back in Iraq in 2019, we were advising the Iraqi military on standing up their program, but because of MTCR, Wassenaar, and a few other different policy initiatives, we could train them and we could sell them Scan Eagles, Pumas, smaller aircraft, but not larger aircraft, and so they were buying CH-4s, which were sitting on the other side of the runway as a result. And this fits into this question about MTCR was designed obviously for missiles back in the day. We revised it in the 90s, I believe, to begin incorporating drones. Has it gotten to a point where now, since we did that, when we were thinking just in terms of Predator, Reaper, and those types of UASs, were it as a guide, even though, yes, of course, we're going to abide by it, has it outlived its usefulness, and is it now a bad model that could be hindering our defense policy in this way?
Very good question. Madam, thank you for your patience.
It's a tall microphone for a very short person.
Sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
Heightism is rampant in academia.
Yes. Hi, my name is Heidi Strack. I'm an analyst with Special Operation Command Central. And my question is, we talk a lot about foreign military sales and the impact that has on our partner nations and the risk that that often buys for typically, I think when we talk about it, very near-term to mid-term problems, i.e. our partner needs something right now and we can't act fast enough, even though we have the best equipment. Very often, especially in my AOR, we hear all the time, US is the preferred partner, but they're a little slow. I think we often address, though, like I said, the short term of there's a conflict right now and we can't rise, and what that's going to have in more of a midterm relationship with our partners. But I was wondering if we could speak to the characterization of risk when we talk a much longer time frame, particularly with a competitor like China. So pardon my analogy, but what I think about is when I go home and I have all of my tools for my house, my drill, my lawnmower, whatever it is, it's all electric and it's all one brand. And quite frankly, that is not a very good brand. I won't name it. But it's because when I was young and I needed my first lawnmower, that was what I could afford. It was there and I needed it now. And years later, quite frankly, I don't like it very much. However, I've already invested in the chargers, the batteries are interchangeable. At this point, the cost of switching to something that might be a higher quality product is just overall not worth it for something that isn't that high of a priority. And that choice was made for me when I was very young and I did not have a lot of finances to be able to afford what I would say is the equivalent to a US product now. China has a very well-stated goal of that global interconnectivity, and that technology is advancing very, very quickly to be able to connect our systems. We see it anything from 5G networks to economic to military equipment, integrated defense systems. How do we see that long-term risk of us ceding lower priority, smaller conflicts, things that we don't really want to handle right now or our FMS process can't handle right now with our partners, to long-term China's ability to be connected and networked in a way where no one's going to come back to us again? Because at that point, it's not worth switching to a US procurement line. They're already so deep into China's systems.
Yeah, that's a good point. So first question, is the MTCR outdated?
So I'll start.
Yeah, sure, okay.
I think the MTCR is a punching bag when it comes to UAS policy. And that's something that we recognized, and as I mentioned, really tried to improve the way the MTCR addresses UAS back in 2020. We were unsuccessful in getting, as I mentioned, it's a consensus regime. We were unsuccessful in getting the regime to change, but we adopted a national policy because we believed that it was important to U.S. national security, and so informed our partners. I believe that it is a mistake to throw out the entire regime just because it may not be optimized for UAS sales.
Throw it out altogether, just say maybe it was a mistake to
For the
lump
drones.
UAEs.
Yeah.
UAS is in that.
Right. I think, though, that when you look at the potential of the kinds of things that Russia could export, that it makes sense to keep UASs here in the regime and to continue to tweak it as necessary to meet our policy needs. Yes, I don't know if anyone else.
Anybody
wants
else?
to say anything.
TCR, outlived this. Well, let me just pile on. It's not just UASs. So one of the problems we have with the MTCR is the Standard missile, which is the U.S. premier air defense missile, is not MTCR compliant. So when we export it to certain countries, it has to be modified by putting cement in the gas tank to restrict the range on it. Yeah. The other thing, again, bureaucratically. In general, organizations very rarely start with a blank sheet of paper and say, what's the optimal solution? Usually what they do is they operate by analogy. They say, what's the closest problem to this? How did we deal with it? And I think we may be seeing that with the MCTR being applied to drones. Perhaps we'll go out. Second question from Heidi, risk and delay by, oh, I'm sorry.
Can I go to the second question?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I like this comparison that you use for this second question. So countries, like I already said, they are choosing China because of necessity. Like you use this comparison, I use cheap material or cheap brand because I didn't have any other option at that time. And now when the option arises, I'm already stuck with that cheap, whatever it is, and it's going to be much, much more expensive to replace it. And let's put that in military perspective. So we're going to train a bunch of people to maintain one system, and that's going to cost us amount of money. And those people are going to be expert in the system. So tomorrow we're going to have extra money by some uncle or whatever. And then we want to buy something much better. But now we are stuck. We are not just stuck because we cannot replace the system. We need to replace entire infrastructure. We need to train a bunch of new people into the new system. That's going to take us time. So what was maybe panic decision or necessity decision is now long-term time commitment. And how are we going to change that? So let's go a few steps back and let's discuss about low-cost systems, like somebody mentioned, I think you, sir, Switchblade. Great system. It's used in Ukraine, but it's very expensive because China, for a price of one, can offer you 5. So let's think about it, because US industry has capacity. What about if we instead produce 1,000 of them, we're going to produce 10,000 of them? What's going to be price per unit? Can we then offer it to the partners? Is that solution to the question? Maybe, maybe not, but it's different approach. Let's think about this different approach, not to be stuck in situation that because of necessity, we switch to another side and it's now almost impossible to go back.
We only have less than 2 minutes. You want to take another whack at it, Laura? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a great question. I think there are a number of things that we are trying to do in the U.S. government to increase our competitiveness, which includes financing options for partners who don't typically purchase U.S. equipment. That's something that we have had as a government. We have really not been able to offer any kind of financing options like our French or Swedish competitors. So there's a number of things that we need to look at to make ourselves more competitive. I will say that, Stipe's point in terms of, it's not a decision to be taken lightly to switch providers because of the infrastructure and the training, et cetera. But yet, that's what we're doing in Ukraine. That's what we're doing in Eastern Europe, transitioning those countries off of Russian equipment. And that's one of a key policy priority for us at the State Department. The problem is it takes money, but I think that we're working with our partners and allies to really try to realize this kind of transition.
I have to apologize to 2 people. We've run out of time, but I will force the speakers to stay up here if you want to come up and ask questions. So we're out of time. I want to thank you for your patience and your involvement. I also want to recognize, as the only panel moderator from the Near East South Asia Center, we have 2 key employees from the NESA Center who make this happen. One is Cindy Pritchett in the back, and one is Dr. Richard Russell, who has been involved in this at the front. And Dr. Russell is retiring. I believe this is his last effort for the NESA Center. So if we can hear it for our hosts and for the 2 key NESA employees. And Adib, back to you.
Well, David, I want to thank you for coming, and NESA, and obviously Cindy and Dr. Russell, quite good friends. Well, I want to, as we have the FOMO of lunch, I don't want to be here, but when you have a great panel, when you still have questions there, so please corner the panelists anywhere you can to go ahead, get your questions answered. Just a quick point before we go to lunch, as General McKenzie said, this morning, GNSI is accepting traditional and non-traditional paper submissions, so please visit the website that is there to do that. And now we'll break for lunch. Please come back at 2 p.m. sharp, because you don't want to miss our keynote speaker, Major General Charles Dunlap, and you really, really don't want to miss our panel facilitated by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lushenko. He's a prolific speaker for that at 2:30. So enjoy your lunch. We have a lot of options downstairs nearby to do that, and please make some friends here but don't let the panelists go. You know, give them a little bit of a hard time to answer all your questions, because you know, folks, you're not going to find these people anywhere under one setting. Thank you. So let's get started. Welcome back, everyone. I was overhearing some great lunchtime conversations that I wanted to be part of, so I'm hoping everyone had a wonderful lunch for coming back. Just before we get started, I do want to mention what I mentioned this morning about Dr. Stephanie Tompkins having a special event here on Friday morning. She's also our keynote speaker for tomorrow, but at 9 a.m. on Friday morning in room 3707 here at the Marshall Center. Please attend. If you have time, please attend. Please look at your agendas, beautiful programs. You see all the information where you can scan. And if you're not, for some reason, able to make it in person, please join us virtually via live streaming. Once again, we're incredibly honored now to introduce you this afternoon's keynote speaker, Major General retired Charles Dunlap, Jr., who is the Executive Director at the Center on Law, Ethics, and National Security at Duke University. Major General Dunlap retired from the Air Force in June 2010, having attained the rank of a Major General during a 34-year career in the Judge Advocate General Corps. In this capacity, he assisted the Judge Advocate General in the professional supervision of more than 2,200 judge advocates, 350 civilian lawyers, 1,400 enlisted paralegals, and 500 civilians around the world. His teaching and scholarly writing focus on national security, the law of armed conflict, the use of force under international law, civil-military relations, cyber war, air power, military justice, and ethical issues related to the practice of national security law. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a warm applause for General Dunlap.
Thank you very, very much, Doctor, for that very kind introduction. He did miss one thing, though, that I think is important for you to know. I'm a legend in my own mind, so no, really, that was very kind. And let me say something. I literally could not be more impressed with the conference here and the fact that this has been put together in less than a year. How long has the center been around? A little more than a year. It's unbelievable. And I think that, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for allowing me to be part of this. We do have a little issue with the slides here. This is not what is supposed to be up there. But anyway, we'll see what happens. This is one of my favorite quotes. And what we're facing today is kind of another issue about it. Yeah, technology is important, but if we hamstring ourselves in the use of that technology, we are going to face a situation of real concern. And some of you may already know about this plan, the Civilian Harm Mitigation Response Action Plan, but a lot of people don't, and this can have a huge effect on our military. It's a well-intentioned effort. It's, however, as we know, the road to I was going to put hell up there, but I figured this was a little bit more accurate of what we're talking about this afternoon. Working on the slides, getting the correct slides up there. So the apparent origins of the civilian harm plan was put out by the Secretary, and as you can see, it's the result of some incidents in the past. And let me just say, from a lawyer's perspective, we have a saying, and this is the original report coming out of the Kabul incident. We have a saying in the law that, hard cases make bad law. In other words, you can go overboard in your response to a particular instance. And that can be a real problem. And I'm concerned with the civilian harm mitigation and response plan. That's exactly what we've done. And it's focused a lot on, it's supposedly on any kind of use of force, but really, I will tell you that it's focused on drone technology in particular. And we shouldn't forget the value of it. No. Yeah. Completely. One moment, folks. I don't know, has anybody read Secretary Vicker's book? Very interesting. And he makes, there's something, a part in there that I think is worth us taking a look at. And specifically, he talks about the effectiveness of strikes. And so when we talk about changing and adding further restrictions, we need to be very conscious about the effectiveness of this technology in the past and whether or not the new technology, the new approach will add value to the situation. The original charter of this was set forth in the Secretary's memo, but like everything else in DC, it got extrapolated into a much larger operation. This is just an example of the different tasks that they find that they are in the plan. And additionally, of course, there's a bureaucracy involved. Right now, it's 166 people, but I can tell you, when you read through it, that's just the start. This is going to be hundreds of people involved in this process. And a sampling of what you're going to see is right here. You can see all these different organizations and groups, some of which are designed or planned to deploy into commands. I can't imagine how this is going to work when you have the pros from Dover come in and tell your people, you know, essentially how they can mitigate civilian harm when most people organic to the staff already have that orientation. So, and is it scalable? When you start talking about all these different groups and the kinds of war that we're looking at in the future, is it really scalable? I don't think it really is, and we're already seeing some concerns because can you have a bureaucratic decision-making process when you're trying to prosecute targets under the stress of hyperwar? And getting some stuff from the field already indicating that where we are with commanders now, and the concern is that all these additional processes are going to have a chilling effect on commanders trying to execute the mission. Because what they talk about is giving civilian harm mitigation response a prioritized position. I'm not sure exactly what that's supposed to mean, but evidently the way some commanders in the field are interpreting that is that it's even more important than mission accomplishment. And that needs to be a concern for all of us. So I think that when we start looking at this, we need to be concerned about, is this adding value to the process? And importantly, I think there's a number of issues, and specifically that we need to address, and starting with what is the role of law? And surprisingly, we need to remember that law was originally, came from ethics, and had one foot in ethics, and as Professor Best says, it's kept one foot ever after. But there's almost no mention of law in the Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Action Plan. Sorry? Okay. Yeah, folks, I did these slides myself, so this is why we're having the problem. Generals probably ought to stay away from this, or former generals. There we go. That's exactly what we want. So, as you'll see here in a minute, there's only one very obscure footnote about law in the plan. And what it says is essentially, and hopefully we'll see it here in a second, is that nothing in the plan is to suggest that the current processes and procedures aren't fully compliant with the law of war. That's important to understand that what we're talking about with this plan is not complying with the law of war. Nobody is suggesting that we don't strictly adhere to the law of war. What this issue here is to what extent are we going to have processes that commanders will have to comply with that go over and above what the law of war requires. So this is not about obeying the law. This is about how much beyond the law we're going to have to go. So, and I really do want to emphasize that. And one of the things that got me interested in this is when I looked at the Secretary's letter that was tasking out the creation of the plan, I noticed this. Well, the fact of the matter is, the law doesn't work the way the Secretary thinks it does, because in fact, he's talking about the plan, protecting innocent civilians. Well, the fact of the matter is, the law doesn't make any distinction between persons who are innocent by some measure or guilty by some measure. And when the Secretary puts something like that into his official document, I think it would be understandable if a soldier thought, well, I guess there's a category of innocent civilians that we need to protect, but there are these other civilians who are guilty that we don't need to protect. Well, the law doesn't work that way, because some of the people who are entitled to protection under international law are some pretty nasty, vile people. But that doesn't mean that they're lawfully targetable. And so in the law, words do matter, and it surprises me that this is in there, because you've got to think that this went through multiple reviews before the Secretary signed it. Another example from the plan itself, they want to integrate the idea of looking at second and third order effects. Well, as a matter of policy, people can do that if they want. But I think commanders need to know what the DoD Law of War Manual says about this, because it's much more finite than the second and third orders would suggest. And the reason for that is it's very hard to predict what is the second and third order effects of a particular strike. And if you're in a situation where you're prosecuting numerous targets at the same time, you're simply not going to be able to do that. But in any event, the whole idea of remote harms is not what they lawfully need to take into account, but that concept is not incorporated into the plan. And so I think the other thing is that we have to understand that in the high technology area, a lot of the law is unsettled. And so it's not going to be these black and white decision processes that are particularly going to help the commander. And just recently, Ms. Kress, the DoD General Counsel, gave a very interesting speech on cyber law and the way the U.S. interprets it. And one of the things she mentioned in there is that we have a different view than our allies. And as you read through the plan, it seems to assume that the allies in the United States have the same interpretations of international law, and that really isn't the case. It's a much more nuanced approach that needs to be taken. And we saw this, as many of you know, the U.S. is not a party to Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. And a lot of that's customary international law, but we had to work with our allies to come up with rules of engagement and so forth that would account for all, these differences. But I think commanders need to know exactly what the law is. They talk a lot about confirmation bias in the plan. And confirmation bias and cognitive biases are demonized. But I can tell you, and this is a conversation for another venue, that there are times when cognitive biases are actually a plus. But in this instance, what my concern here is that the plan itself suffers from a confirmation bias. And specifically, it seems to have this idea that the only way you protect civilians from harm is to restrict U.S. and coalition strikes, as if the U.S. and coalition strikes were the primary source of civilian harm. But let's take a look at this. The special advisor to the plan creation, he wrote this, and he uses General McChrystal as an example. General McChrystal is a patriot, a great soldier, but here's the rest of the story. When he was sent to Afghanistan in 2009, he made it pretty clear what he believed was the strategic end he was seeking. That, as you can see up there, the support of the support of the people. And to do that, he really did limit airstrikes and other kinds of fires, but particularly airstrikes. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, did it work? Well, a year later, he did. There were fewer civilian casualties from NATO and coalition airstrikes. But overall, civilian casualties by June of 2010, when he was relieved, were up 31%. And where did they come from? It was a significant increase in the number of civilian casualties that came from what they called anti-government elements like the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. So fewer airstrikes, more civilian casualties. After General Petraeus took over, it was an interesting evolution, because you can see here he reconsidered. He started increasing the number of airstrikes, and by December, people were, you can see what that headline was, he was being accused of imposing ultra-violence on Afghanistan. But the fact of the matter is, let's go back here just 1 second. We need to ask ourselves, did it work? Well, the UN does a semi-annual survey, or did anyway, of Afghanistan during the conflict. And what they found was that it went from 31% increase to a 15% increase by the end of the time. Now, I'm not a mathematician. I don't like to do math in public. It can be very embarrassing. But you can imagine how much it had to, civilian casualties had to decline in order to go from 31% mid-year down to a 15% increase by the end of the year. And so, I think that is that correlation, causation? I'll let the super experts decide that. I think there's causation there. But he also talked about earning the support of the people. Now, did it? Well, here's what Gallup did. They did a survey in the end of 2009, beginning 2010, and you can see and actually the approval of U.S. leadership declined during this period. And then they also found that the United States was viewed less favorably during this period of the restrictive rules of engagement on airstrikes. And there's a human cost, and this is not just about Afghanistan. I don't know if you all have had a chance to read these books, but they're very interesting. Hunting the Caliphate, General Petard and Master Sergeant Bryant, they have a chapter just on the problems that they had with the rules of engagement and the missed opportunities to get after ISIS early in the war. Ben Lambeth has the same thing, except he gets very aggressive about his assessment. He believes that the rules of engagement, along with some other decisions that were made, prolong the conflict at great human cost. And I think that these are things that we need to think about, because there are other ways of protecting civilians. I'm not saying that the only way to protect civilians is to use force against the adversary, but I'm saying that we should not dismiss the idea that using force may actually protect more civilians than are harmed. Unfortunately, as I was mentioning before, we're starting to get reports from the field, and these are from fairly junior officers, that, and again, they're interpreting what's coming out of Washington this way. And I think it's very much of a concern. Because part of the problem is we're looking, you heard the keynote this morning, we're looking at pure competitive war. We're looking at large-scale combat operations. And so if you're encumbering the commander with a lot of bureaucracy that is not required by the law of war, you need to consider if that is really the end state, the end that you want for our military forces. So, considering that, let's take a look at the ethical or moral issue. A couple years ago, I wrote this article in War on the Rocks, because what I argued is that there's a moral issue, all right, because is it moral to not do a strike simply to avoid you being criticized? And we almost have that situation now that there's so much fear, there's so much chilling, that if you do a strike and something bad happens, you're going to be criticized. But if you don't do a strike, even if it has an adverse effect on the population, because obviously whoever you're going to take out lives on to do horrible things to them, you don't get any criticism. And so, ironically, commanders have this authority under the law, because one of the things that they can take into account in making the decision about whether incidental harm is going to be excessive, which is the rule. I think some people think, oh, the rule is you can't have any civilian casualties. That's not the rule. It's never been the rule. International law recognizes that there's going to be casualties. It tolerates casualties, but the rule is they can't be excessive in relation to what the commander's aim was. And so this is one of the things, the DoD Law War Manual, which you can see was just updated like 2 months ago. And so when we start looking at this, we need to consider the moral and ethical aspect to it. And I can tell you, when I saw this, I know General Lowe, when I saw this headline, I almost fell out of my chair, because this is not the General Lowe I thought. Well, fortunately I did read the article, I pulled myself together, and this is what he was talking about. Specifically, he was talking about just war theory, because one of the things of just war theory is you can't engage in a war in a way if there's no reasonable chance of success. And he believed at that time in 2016 that the rules of engagement to fight ISIS were so restrictive that they posed a moral issue for people. Moreover, I always think that this is, from our philosopher, John Stuart Mill, I think this is something we need to think about. And you don't see this reflected in this plan. We need to, do something else in terms of evaluating what the impact is on different populations. There seems to be a one-size-fits-all. And when you start looking at, something else that we've learned, in the correlation between what these rules are and the civilian harm mitigation and response plan, I don't know. But nevertheless, this is something that I think we've all seen in the past. So, very high level approval. But what does that incentivize the enemy to do? If it's hard, if they know, because they read newspapers too, it's much harder, they're much more burdensome for the military to try to strike outside of a conventional area of war. And there's no law that requires this. It's more burdensome. So they're going to metastasize into those areas. And we've seen it with Somalia and other places in North Africa. And interestingly enough, just this morning in the Wall Street Journal, there was an article about Somalia. It was an upbeat one, that they're winning the war against al-Shabaab and that U.S. airstrikes have played an important role in that. But, because U.S. airstrikes and drone use is so limited, Turkey is now supplying drones because they have less restrictive rules as to their use. We've also seen this. I often wonder, don't they know what the enemy, what are you telling the enemy to do when you advertise this as your rule? Because the law is, as we can see, I talked about before, it's that, it just cannot be excessive. And so when we start thinking about what this does, the General Counsel a couple years ago gave us some examples of what the enemy is doing, knowing what our rules are. And these, I would suggest these aren't the only examples of what the enemy is incentivized to do if the rule is no civilian casualties. It really is one of the best drone strikes anywhere, one of the best options. But we have a lot of discussion about the strategic effects. But do we really know? It's the assumption, oh, well, if we kill civilians, that makes more terrorists and so forth. We've all heard that dialogue. But take a look at this. In the history of the war in Afghanistan, throughout the whole war, and General McKenzie, correct me if I get this wrong, the statistics always showed that the vast majority of civilian casualties were by anti-government forces, to wit the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Well, did it really hurt the Taliban? The assumption here is we do one with civilian casualties, oh my God, everybody's going to turn against us and so forth. Well, what was the effect for the Taliban? I don't see it. And more recently, a woman has written a pretty interesting article about drone strikes in Pakistan over the years. And to make a long story short, is that what her research found is that most people appreciated it. They knew there were going to be civilian casualties, but the vast majority of them were of the enemy. And that, they appreciated what they call it, drone is justice delivering. So this may be what the real thing to learn about from this is maybe the support of the people is an effective military operation. This is very dramatic. I don't know if you've read Jill, she goes by Jill Hazelden's articles, and she has a very provocative thesis based on her study of various counterinsurgencies. Hearts and minds has never been a winning formula. So if our strategic aim is to win hearts and minds, we need to be conscious of the fact that there are plenty of examples where that doesn't work. And here she talks about, this is the book of which the article was a product. And just to be clear, Jill Hazelden is not recommending using force against civilians. This book is more of a cautionary tale of getting involved in these counterinsurgency situations. And what she means by using military force against civilians is not, targeting them. It's like herding them into situations so that they can't support the insurgent group. In any event, do we have any data that shows that if we have these restrictive rules of engagement, that's going to help us with the populations of our most dangerous adversaries? I would say zero. Now, they will tell you it's scalable, but what are the optics on that? That if we're fighting China, we have more restrictive or less restrictive rules of engagement? How's that going to play in the world? I think we need to have one standard. And it doesn't mean that we don't have any restrictions. I've never been in an operation in my 34 years where the rules of it, or even exercise, where the rules of engagement were not in some way more restrictive than what the law would permit. But I think the issue is we need to be very careful about building a bureaucracy that is intended to put in place further bureaucratic processes for a commander who may have to be executing in a very rapid situation. I suggest everybody read this article. It's by the former Judge Advocate General of the Army. And he is very concerned, he's now retired, but he was very concerned that our military has gotten a frame of reference that is bred on these concepts of counterinsurgency, which are not going to be able to be executed, even if we wanted to, in large-scale combat operations. And I'm also concerned that the plan does not take into account enough of the impact of AI and other, especially generative AI, and its ability to generate disinformation on a massive and extremely rapid scale. As you can see, there's plenty of information out there. This was surprising to me. Need to think this through next time we get criticism from Amnesty International. They apologize for it. But this is from the Congressional Research Service, and it is anticipating what I'm anticipating. And so the problem is what the plan talks about. These are, whoops, let's go back here. Whoops. Well, this is what they're sending out in their teams that they're going to distribute, send out, deploy to commands during operations. Number one, I think the era of large command posts is over. I think, take a look at what's happening in Ukraine with the, command posts, the signature is just too great, so they're distributing operations. So the idea of sending these teams out, I think, needs to be rethought. But look at the people they're talking about. I think in the future, this is what commanders are going to need. They're going to need experts in AI. They're going to need experts in information operations. They have their own intelligence officer. They have their own civil engineer. Train them up if they're not doing exactly what people want or they need some other kind of expertise. But this is the additional expertise. Because I really believe you can put into place all these civilian harm mitigation, but if the enemy is able to manufacture a narrative, a very convincing narrative, it's all going to be for naught. Couple final observations. I just want to foot stomp this because I don't want anybody to think, oh, he's saying we shouldn't have any rules. No, I'm saying let's strictly adhere to the law of war. But I can tell you, in my experience, it was almost, I can't think of one instance, I'm really thinking now, where a commander in an operation wanted to do something that he knew violated the law of war. Sometimes they don't know what the law is, but I just never saw that. And it was more, I spent more time telling commanders, no, that isn't, a violation of the law of war. It's your call. You need to make the call. And so this is what our issue is today. And who should do this? I can tell you, people like me, I'm going to be writing articles, I'm going to be doing podcasts, I'm going to be doing things like that. But the fact of the matter is, it's got to come from the warfighters. And I don't think that they've really, and I want to be wrong about this, but I'm not sure how much they have really focused on what is coming down the road in this area until these people start arriving and these FTEs start getting consumed. And I'm really concerned about it. And I wanted to leave some time for some Q&A. And I think we have a few minutes. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Well, General Dunlap, thank you very much. I know you wanted to do an announcement for the February conference at Duke, so if you give me the information, I will pass it on. This was an incredibly insightful address, and I believe we have already started our Afghanistan dialogue, General McKenzie. We have a speaker, so we have to get him back down here again. So thank you again. It's time now for our roundtable discussion on the ethical use of uncrewed warfare. So let's get started. This roundtable will be facilitated by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lushenko, Director of Special Operations at the U.S. Army War College. Lieutenant Colonel Lushenko is the Director of the Special Operations and a faculty instructor in the U.S. Army War College Department of Military Strategy, Planning, and Operations. He earned his PhD and MA in International Relations from Cornell University. He also holds an MA in Defense and Strategic Studies from the U.S. Naval War College and a Master's of Diplomacy from the Australian National University. Dr. Lushenko is also a member of Council on Foreign Relations and an adjunct research lecturer at Charles Sturt University and a non-resident senior fellow at the Cornell University's Tech Policy Institute. And folks, it was not easy to get Paul down here, but we got him. So we are very grateful to have you here, and I'm going to turn it over for you for the introductions and for your roundtable. Thank you.
Wow, I don't know how much of that's true, but thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I want to echo what General Dunlap, who's a friend for many years and mentor for many years, said. I'm really impressed with the maturity of this organization, having come from Cornell University, where I was the executive director for an institute that was similar in kind, but really wasn't punching at the level that this institute is. So everybody who's involved, from the staff to the leadership to the researchers, should feel very confident and pleased with their development. So having said that, I was going to leave a couple comments to introduce, some time to introduce myself, but you've already done such a great job, Dr. Farhadi. So what I just say is that I come at this problem set with nearly 20 years of experience in the United States military and really support to Special Operations Forces and the 75th Ranger Regiment at that, managing the intelligence that would enable these strikes abroad. And so what you see in me is a military academic who's attempted to bridge the practice with the theory surrounding these sophisticated, exquisite systems. And the body of my research, for those of you who don't know, deal with public attitudes for emerging technologies and specifically perceptions of legitimacy. Legitimacy is a joint warfighting principle, but yet we don't really know how it is shaped by different uses and constraints of these capabilities. The second thing as well is sort of the evolving nature of drone warfare and how we understand it as differences in the way that countries and leaders, to include our presidents, use and constrain these strikes abroad. And then increasingly so, other attitudes for not just AI-enabled technologies like fully autonomous weapon systems, the Loyal Wingman, and other developments on the ground, but also racial bias and plugging into a broader conversation about inequity globally and what that may mean for the way that these strikes are supported and conducted abroad. We heard from Stephen earlier, who studies in a critical vein these attitudes, and so there's a really rich dialogue emerging between the U.S. military use of these capabilities and the degree to which they may be racialized, and I'm happy to talk about what that may look like. I'm really pleased today, and we're very fortunate to have leading experts, not just in the United States, but abroad, on the issue of the ethical and legal use of uncrewed warfare. And that is Captain Lee from RAND, Daniel Strand from the U.S. Air War College, Jonathon Horowitz from the International Committee of the Red Cross, and I exercise my prerogative as the chair of the panel here to invite my good friend, dear friend, Michael Cruiser, PhD from Princeton, drone operator himself, to round us out with a practitioner's perspective. So thank you for being on call. And so what I may do is just turn it over to each one of you to just briefly introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and then the body of your research to contextualize your comments going forward. So Daniel, we'll start with you.
Sure. Daniel Strand, Professor of Ethics at the Air War College and Ethics Chair at Air University. Air University, or Air War College at least, is a senior professional military education institution. The war colleges are lesser known by people not in the kind of PME or kind of military world, but we're teaching colonels primarily and DoD civilians, as well as incredibly sharp and talented international officers. The American military sends kind of, we mostly send our kind of top tier officers through the PME structure up to Air War College. We get the best international officers. I mean, they are top-notch, bright. Most of them will go on to lead, become heads of their various militaries. So PME plays, I think, an amazingly important role that's often underappreciated, which is building these relationships with our partners, with our allies, And that interaction, I think, is absolutely important, and it's especially important on the topic we're talking about today, drones, which they give us perspectives. They have their own views on them, either positive or negative. My own research is just war ethics, so I'm a just war ethicist by training and by scholarship, both in the kind of theoretical, academic debates about things, but also in the drones, I think, especially coming out of the 20 years of the global war on terror, was probably that kind of symbolic debate about the use of drones, and we'll get into more of that as we get going. So I'll leave it at that.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathon Horowitz. I'm a legal advisor with the International Committee of the Red Cross's regional delegation to the United States and Canada, which is a long way of saying we have a DC presence that manages the institutional position with the U.S. government and the Canadian government. For those of you who may not be familiar with the ICRC, we're a independent, neutral and impartial humanitarian organization that works towards providing protection for victims of armed conflict, both civilians and the war-wounded soldiers, prisoners of war, et cetera. And we also have a rich history in promoting, developing, and working towards compliance with parties to an armed conflict with the compliance of international humanitarian law, also often referred to as the law of armed conflict or the laws of war here in the United States and elsewhere. My own professional background that I hope to bring to this panel discussion, which I'm really glad to be part of today, is that I work on a number of different files, but one of them is on new and emerging technologies in warfare and its relationship with international humanitarian law. For the ICRC, that is shorthand for cyber operations, artificial intelligence, autonomous weapon systems, and military operations in and through outer space, all of which are seeing more and more attention and operational relevance on the battlefield. And for the ICRC, that means there needs to be increased dialogue and discussion about how the rules of armed conflict regulate those means and methods of warfare. So again, huge thanks for the invitation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Lee. I am currently Director of Acquisition and Technology Policy at the RAND Corporation. I work in the DC office, and really the mission of RAND is to do objective and rigorous research that can drive real policy impact. And so the mission of my specific research program is focused again on emerging technology in particular. Some of our biggest federal or Defense Department sponsors are research and engineering and acquisition and sustainment within the Pentagon, as well as DARPA, Missile Defense Agency, the COCOMs, and others. Before I was at RAND, I briefly worked at the Mitchell Institute, where I stood up a center for UAV and autonomy studies, and this is based on my longstanding interest in UAV innovation that goes back, I can't believe this, probably 15 years now to my dissertation work. And before that, I was a war reporter. I covered Afghanistan and Iraq, and specifically the Air Force operations there, and more specifically drone operations there for a little over a decade. Very happy to be here today. Had a chance to talk to these panelists offline. They're awesome, so I think this is going to be a really fun discussion.
Okay. Well, thank you. I am Michael Cruiser. As mentioned, I got my PhD from Princeton University, and I'm a career Air Force intelligence officer. When I first went to school, I'd originally been accepted to write a dissertation based on lessons learned from being a director of intelligence of a provincial reconstruction team in Afghanistan. But shortly after I arrived, the school's dean, Anne-Marie Slaughter, began publishing a series of papers on how we can halt the butchery in Syria through the use of no-fly zones, and specifically no-fly zones supported by drone operations, to which I had to sit her down and explain to her everything that would go wrong with this if we proceeded down this path. And she said, okay, well, I'll take some of those lessons learned, but on top of all that, you need to change your topic and you need to write about this because we need to talk about it. So my primary interest there was, one, looking at drone proliferation, but then two, drone operations. How do they actually work in practice? Who is using them and for what reasons? And what countries will buy them for what reasons? So from there, I went back into the Operational Air Force. I was the Director of Operations at DGS-1, which was briefly mentioned earlier this morning when we talked about all that reach-back support for processing, exploitation, and dissemination. So we were running operations for the Middle East there from 2015 through 2018 through most of the counter-Daesh, counter-ISIS fight. And then in 2019-2020, I was the director of ISR Forward for Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve. So was there for I was the director actually acting capacity when the Turkish forces moved across the border in the fall, and then was back in the ISR role when we conducted the Soleimani strike and for the fallout that came as a result of that strike. So happy to talk about all those. In my current role, I am the director of Marine Corps University's Emerging Technology and Disruptive Technology program, and was previously a professor at Air University at Air Command and Staff College. So thank you, glad to be here.
Great. So I'm just blown away at the expertise, both practically and in terms of research. This will be a really rich dialogue we're going to have today. It's going to be provocative. It's going to be dynamic, so take notes, and I fully anticipate that Murad's class is going to ask a lot of questions, so I'm looking at you, sir, and your pupils there. So before we get into the nuts and bolts of why we're here today, let me just take a couple minutes to bring you up to speed about where we're at in the storyline for the emergence of these armed and networked drones. And that's what we're going to mostly be talking about today, although I fully recognize that the way that drone use is evolving globally is more towards what we heard earlier, the tactical use of drones that are commercially available off the shelf, that are dual use, that have given Ukraine, to a degree, tactical and operational advantages that have leveled the playing field with Russia. Yet to be determined for those scholars of like the offense-defense balance, the implications for strategic war outcomes. And we can talk about what that may look like. I'm looking at you, Caitlin, for sort of a security studies, the security studies perspective going forward. But if I take a look at the research and the use of these capabilities since 2001, I really see three key research questions that not only researchers have looked at, but also military practitioners, senior leaders, some of which are in this room. The first is on proliferation and what would drive proliferation of these capabilities. And for the most part, we've taken a look at demand-side implications, so the appetite for great powers, especially after 2001, to adopt a capability that extends operational reach to achieve, we think, ostensibly precision effects while reducing collateral damage a la civilian casualties, which my research on legitimacy becomes most decisive in shaping public attitudes. Much less research has focused on the sort of supply side considerations, frankly, because most countries haven't had the technological wherewithal to produce these large armed and networked drones. And we talked a little bit earlier today about the international political economy that surrounds these capabilities, which is to say the public attitudes that drive exports and controls thereof. There are a lot of outstanding questions that future researchers in this room can tap into: the moderating effects of China on the drone market, the implications of governance mechanisms to include the CAP policy, the MTCR, and others that I hope that my colleague at the end of the table, Michael, can talk about. And then finally is the implication of the emergence of a middle power in Turkey, changing the character of warfare based upon a proliferation of these drones abroad. And it's quite something to see the United States having to outsource, tacitly at least, control of drone strikes against al-Shabaab to Turkey. That is an interesting indication of the way that these capabilities are evolving and the important and complex legal conversation that surrounds their use. The next wave of leadership that I talked about in my research, and others to include General Dunlap, have focused on is the effectiveness of these capabilities. And this is a really sorted conversation and is bifurcated, I think, mostly in two ways. On the one hand, people like Audrey Cronin-Kuth, now at Carnegie Mellon, will tell you that it's dubious to believe that these capabilities on their own can have strategic war outcomes. And I think that's mostly right as someone who teaches military strategy and decision-making at the Army War College with future leaders. I mean, modern-day conflict is not about one capability, as disruptive as it may be. It's about joint combined armed maneuver to create multiple dilemmas and vulnerabilities that you can exploit to achieve a political, military, end-state, or objective and consolidate your gains in whatever theater. But there are also others like Mitt Reagan in a great book that I would recommend to students of this discipline who talk about the conditions that can moderate success in certain situations. So he talks about drone strikes being effective if used against rather immature organizations, young organizations, organizations that have high religiosity, meaning that there's a charismatic figure that leads them. And then furthermore, the pace of operations, which is to say the quick succession of strikes, can actually have cumulative effects over time that leads to the demise of a terrorist organization. But yet there's still outstanding questions. I mean, what are the implications of drones on large-scale combat operations? We don't know that. We think we have some indication based upon what's happening in Ukraine, but a lot of effort our respective PMEs and academic institutes such as this are conducting wargaming to figure out how varying scope and scale of capability has implications for the way that you use them tactically and strategically. So the jury's still out in terms of the implications for future warfare. I would add that as stewards of the profession of arms, I think it's interesting that we often don't focus on effectiveness in terms of commander's objective at echelon. These capabilities can be quite effective in terms of destroying something or somebody, and that's a measure of effectiveness in and of itself, and that hasn't gotten much attention within the scholarship. If we transition to what I call the third wave, this is really where we're at today and why we're here. This is the normative implications that I talked about earlier, the legal, ethical, moral implications, and this is a quite divisive body of literature. And briefly, for the longest time, the legality of these operations have been benchmarked against so-called over-the-horizon strikes conducted by the United States. And frankly, this is what U.S. citizens in my survey experimental research appreciate, is the ability to provide an effect where you want it, when you want it, how you want it, but yet being aware that there are collateral implications to include civilian casualties that we got to consider from a normative perspective, right? But the type of strikes that are being conducted nowadays are not that. They're strikes conducted in the context of an ongoing illegal invasion in Ukraine. They're the type of strikes that are ongoing in Ethiopia against political opponents. That presents a set of legal challenges that is much different from over-the-horizon strikes that frankly transgress sovereignty and have rankled international jurists, because sovereignty, as we know, is the chief norm of international society and global order. If we transition to the moral implications, and we'll suss this out in more detail, there's this notion of radical asymmetry, that these strikes are not just asymmetric, which is what you want as a military practitioner. Sean Jenkins, General Retired, was my commander in 375. We talked about asymmetry in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So you want asymmetry. It achieves effects over time and space. But what we're talking about right now is the lack of reciprocal risk and self-defense, which is an inalienable human right constituted by international human rights law. Moral ethicists, war ethicists don't know how to deal with this. And then finally is the ethical use, the ethicality of these capabilities, which comes down to the martial virtues of war. That we want demonstrable, personal, physical courage as a way to benchmark the legitimacy of these capabilities. At least that's the going narrative. Interesting enough, when you ask U.S. citizens what they believe, frankly, they don't take a look at post-heroic war, riskless war. They don't care about the operator being disconnected in an uncrewed sense. What they care about is an effect in trying to reduce civilian casualties to the utmost degree that one can. And so that brings us to where we're at today. This body of literature is not settled. The dust won't be settled today as well, so sorry, the cat's out of the bag there. But what I hope we can achieve is really defining the evolving contours of this conversation with people who not only use the capability, but think about it very deeply and try to regulate it from an international organization perspective and by way of norm building as well as application of the law. And so here's what the panel is going to look like for the next, 79 minutes. Sounds like a lot, but it's going to fly right by. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a series of questions of the panelists, similar to what David did in his panel. I may take a prerogative here and there to interject, provide some feedback from my own research, selfishly, maybe plug the book that's coming out. And then we're going to open it up to you. So take notes, and I hope this isn't the dialogue when we get to that portion where you can challenge all of us, provide your own research, and we can have a rich conversation that sets the condition for further conversation going forward. So, having said that, I'm going to hand it over briefly to each participant, if they want to at this point, to provide maybe a couple introductory remarks that dialogues with what I just said, or anything that's germane to the legal ethical use of uncrewed systems.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to throw out some questions or kind of some brief comments, and part of this is reflecting not just only on our contemporary use of drones, but their rise over the past 20 years, right? Really in the context of global war and terror, when they became a weapon. But when I talk to academics, military, it's a very different conversation. But when you talk to sort of popular imagination and academics in general, especially when it comes around the debate that Paul alluded to around the ethics of drone use. There's a couple things, there's a couple brief observations I'll make. The first is, why is it, I think we need to ask ourselves as we're thinking about the ethics of it, why is it that drones have become this sort of symbolic touch point of the last, say, 15, 20 years? They really, we have to think of them more beyond just a weapon or a weapon system, but why do they gather so much angst, anxiety? In part, I think it's because of the symbol of what they became. A really dark symbol. I mean, even the names, Predator, Reaper. I mean, these are like kind of dark and foreboding language surrounding them, the secret nature of it. So I think it's important because there's very few weapons that that garner as much attention. So I think that's just one thing I'm gonna throw out there. The second is the language of autonomy, which with AI, this is a big portion of the debate and concern. But I think it also is with drones. When you talk to non-experts or even sort of academics, somewhat knowledgeable of drones or warfare, there's always kind of this continual concern about autonomy. Are we unleashing this weapon uncontrolled? Is it doing things that where there's a human not there? Is it making decisions? Does the platform restrict us in some way? Is it not? Is it something that we're using that gives us an advantage, but an unfair one, as the sort of asymmetry debate alludes to? And then lastly, I think it's also important to talk about this in the, many people on the panel know much more about sort of military innovation, but drones are really a part of to put it in context, are really kind of come at the peak of what's the precision warfare, what scholars would call precision warfare revolution. So you have a whole bunch of technologies coming together. You see it beginning in Desert Storm, and they really come to fruition in the war on terror. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind, that they're not just one single particular weapon. We're talking about satellites, laser-guided munitions, a whole package of just ways of fighting war that work together. So the drone is not the only thing, and oftentimes it gets sort of isolated as this particular weapon when it's part of a system. If you know anything about drones, it takes, sometimes upwards of 100 people just from launch to landing to, and who are in on the loop during a particular mission. You'll have numerous people, not only kind of the crew, but just people all connected and doing something related to it. So it's not sort of single individual or one platform or one weapon. It's really this whole constellation of technologies working together. So I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. John.
Yeah, and thanks, Paul, for laying out those three sort of phases or considerations. I would say the work that the International Committee of the Red Cross does on issues that we're talking about today largely fall within the normative implications and the legal implications. And at some point, I'll get to what those concerns and considerations and reflection points are for the ICRC. But where you stand is sort of what you see. And so I just want to explain a little bit more to this audience about how we approach new and emerging technologies as an institution based on our sort of commitment to compliance with international humanitarian law, which is just to give you a methodological sort of structure to how we approach these things. So the first thing is that with any new and emerging technology, whether it has to do with artificial intelligence, autonomy, cyber capabilities, things going on in or through outer space, first, we try to understand what militaries want to do with them, how they are designing them, and how they want to use them, because we don't want to just do a grab bag of theoretical considerations and concerns without having a practical understanding of how they might be designed and deployed and used. We'll layer on top of that what we say potential human costs are. So that could be everything from how those new and emerging technologies could affect prisoners of war, to hors de combat, soldiers who are wounded or sick, to, of course, civilians and civilian objects. Cyber is a clear example. We're all sort of hooked up, all of our essential services are hooked up nowadays to the digital infrastructure. If there's a military operation, a cyber tool that goes after a digital infrastructure, we're going to want to understand that that has certain implications for the civilian population. Third part of this methodology is that we layer on top of that how the rules governing armed conflict place limits on means and methods of warfare. So what does it say about, again, I'm using a cyber capability as the example, what does it say about a cyber capability that may target a civilian digital infrastructure? Well, the rules of international humanitarian law, the principle of distinction says, nope, you can't do that. So now we're going to pretty easily apply that rule to that new capability. We're going to do the same thing when it comes to issues like drones, but even more specifically, what's captured the attention, the concern, the imagination of the ICRC is autonomous weapon systems. I won't go into what all those different legal concerns are, but also ethical and humanitarian concerns. But just for the audience, I wanted to lay out, again, where the ICRC approaches this issue and the perspective that we bring to it before getting into a deeper discussion about sort of the details. Thank you.
Great. I want to build a little bit, I think, on what Jonathon's been discussing here and give you, what I've kind of been thinking about in my research is just drone innovation, where it's been, where it's going, and sort of its implications for the strategic stability. And I think kind of walking through that a little bit might set a nice scene to think about some of the ethical implications of this new technology and how it may affect international law in ways or ethics considerations in ways we just haven't even thought about before. And so I want to just very briefly go back to, when I first started thinking about drone innovation in like 2006, I'm watching Predator and Reaper caps in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I never could have imagined, and watching this tension in the Air Force between Air Force leadership, some in DOD, versus operators on the ground who are saying, this stuff works. Like, it reduces risk to air crew, it closes kill chains quickly, and it reduces political risk. And then you have the headquarters saying, I don't want to buy these things. And so this was like the world we were living in 2006. And I just can't, it's almost unreal to me to be sitting here in 2023, a week or two after the Deputy Secretary of Defense said we're going to buy, how many, like thousands of drones in the next 18.
Is that the Replicator Initiative?
The Replicator
we'll talk
Initiative.
about that too.
I never could have seen this coming. And so.
And that's on top of the 1,000 NGAD drones.
Exactly, and so. Fast forward, and it's just, this is incredible to me. As a drone researcher, I find myself confronting this new puzzle, thinking about exactly this, that the Pentagon has gone from, being very hesitant and reluctant, and the services as well, to seemingly really embracing this technology. And you see that with the new Replicator initiative, as well as both the Navy and the Air Force jumping on board with collaborative combat aircraft, even the Marine Corps buying MQ-9s for comms relay. So everyone's getting in the game now. And so what changed? Like, what is the new research puzzle is like, what is it about drones now in this sort of interregnum as we shift to great power conflict that makes them seemingly so relevant? And I think there's a few different reasons, and I think they kind of help set the stage for discussing some of the ethical and strategic considerations. So why drones now? I think, first of all, they really do provide a unique form of political bargaining power, and that's sort of I think, well established by this point. We have 20 years of combat experience in Afghanistan and Iraq to tell us this. We know that they lower the cost of war for the coercer, and they raise those in terms of blood, treasure, and human capital, and they raise those costs for the adversary. But I think there's also, and so we sort of understand that at this point, but there's also some new things going on and some new reasons, I think, for the recent intense interest in drone innovation. And these are related to two things: technological shifts and changes in the threat environment. So first of all, from a technological perspective, what I think we've seen, especially with the war in Ukraine, is this proliferation of various commercial technologies in the battle space that are very low cost, cheap, and easy to use. This, what we've seen in the literature is called the democratization of air power, and it's really making conflict potentially very tempting and very cheap for a variety of actors, and not just great powers. So you're starting to see technology diffuse into middle powers, non-state actors. This is a new world that we're living in, and this is a relatively recent trend that I think was really brought home with Ukraine. The other big technological trend I think we're seeing is in artificial intelligence. Now, we haven't quite seen AI converge with drones yet. Air Force is working on it. But what we definitely have seen in even the last 6 months is ChatGPT, Claude, all these large language models coming out, and this stuff's going to affect warfare. And I think this could herald a day not too far away when we do see truly autonomous drones, meaning machines that operate independent from human control, that can essentially make their own decisions in the battle space. So the second thing that I think has really changed, in addition to these trends in technology, is the threat environment. We are now, and I think this is now widely accepted in the defense community, although we had an interesting discussion earlier today about how it may not be so widely accepted outside, in the business community, for example, or even academia, that we're really in this strategic competition with China, that China is a peer adversary and our most consequential national security threat. And what this has real implications for how we think about drone warfare. And I think the reason for that is that both countries have high technology, like they're both investing, like China has J-20s, we have F-35s, they've both got a lot of very high technology that they can bring to bear in the battle space. But when two great powers clash and they both have a lot of really great technology, eventually it becomes down to a war of attrition and it can become a tiebreaker. And so that's where I think drones come in, because the theory of the case, and I think this is how the promise of drones has always been that they will be cheaper. And so if they actually become cheaper and we're able to field them at scale in large numbers, as the Replicator program is proposing, then we will be able to bring mass to the battle space. And if we can do that, we can survive in a protracted conflict with China. And so I think taken together, we can see that those trends really do have the potential to affect the future of drone innovation and even strategic stability. Like whoever gets there first with autonomous attritable drones is going to have a real offensive advantage in war, and I do think that could have implications for the military balance and even balance of power. And so I think really what you see with the combination of technology and the threat environment changing here is really this massive redistribution of power, both from great powers to middle powers, like I mentioned, but if you think about autonomy and AI, also from centralized decision-making now to extremely decentralized tactical edge decision-making that doesn't even involve a human. And so I think these two ways that power is redistributing as a result of these trends has some real implications here, and I think they both are really going to play out in drone warfare. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation today and layering on this discussion about the ethical piece over this emergence of drone technology.
So what I think I heard there was a little Michael Horowitz advanced in the best tradition of research to include the threat environment, right? So he talks about financial capability, technological wherewithal, and the threat environment, something I think is quite a novel perspective on this to explain why we're seeing proliferation so broadly.
No relation.
Yeah, that's right, no relation. He's better looking. Yeah.
So I like to confound people a bit. As an Air Force officer who's, again, as mentioned, the chair on disruptive technology, if we talk about T.S. Hams, P.W. Singer, and others as futurists, I fall more firmly into the traditionalist camp, which is to say I'm a firm believer that Clausewitz still lives in war, that war is fundamentally a human endeavor fought by human beings over issues of policy and what Thucydides talks about, not just as interest, but also fear and honor. And so when we talk about technology is very important, but they are the tools with which we are going to fight the next war, and they need to be understood as tools themselves. We focus on the shiny object at the tip of the spear here, but we have to think about the broader issues that go on behind it. When I give a presentation on this subject, I like to give, and I found out maybe 6-7 months ago, I ran into James Rogers and he gave a brief too, and we use the exact same set of pictures when we show on one hand the Shahed 136 coming over Kiev in September of 2022 and have that superimposed right next to a German V1 over London in 1944, how much those pictures look alike. And in fact, to a degree, the strategies are very much alike. So if we're talking about the democratization of air power, it's not always the same air power. It's not necessarily what the U.S. can implement. It's a number of different sets of strategies over time. Some could be effective, some can be not so effective. When we look at how the United States has tried to employ it, we look at how the Ukrainians are employing it, we have a military culture of mission command, and that we do allow for the distributive capabilities that allows empowerment of lethal force at that lowest level in ways that's questionable whether our adversaries can. The Ukrainians and Russians don't have that much of a technological difference between them in terms of what they have access to. Where they differ is how they're using it and how they're employing it. And U.S. training and U.S. personnel have had a big role in making sure that Ukraine has that capability. So when we talk about that human factor and where this ethics comes in going forward, that's what I like to emphasize. Number one is that, again, it's actually 206 people on a Predator or Reaper cap is the U.S. Military's number. So lots of people going on behind the scenes. We have airmen who graduated high school 2 years ago who are in a position to tell a general officer, I don't think we should proceed with a strike for X, Y, or Z reasons. Most countries on earth cannot do that. In Iraq, they couldn't even fathom that. We spent a lot of time training operators, and they did very well. Our trainers did very well, and I would love to have brought them back into the United States to work for us and do stuff because they were very good. But their general officers just could not fathom giving them that kind of control to operate drones in that manner. So these are the kinds of things, and this kind of relationship is what I like to emphasize. Paul, we were on a panel at ISA, and we have this ongoing debate. Are drones revolutionary?
Well, not you and me, but just generally, right, I guess?
Huh?
Okay, that was a joke.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we never debate anything,
Okay.
Paul. Yeah, all good. But as a panel, the main question is, are drones evolutionary or revolutionary? And to a degree, it's a semantics argument. But I think for those of us who like to argue they're evolutionary are really just to tell the people who, when they see, okay, drones have revolutionized things, they get the mindset that, okay, now I can put drones in the battlefield and not worry about the human cost, not worry about the dilemma, because war is going to be cheaper, it's going to be easier, and it's going to be faster because of this technological advantage. It's just to remind them, no, the war looks different, but it's still going to come down to a slugfest at the end of the day, and you need to be prepared when we get to the point of that slugfest and what that's going to mean.
Great. So I think I heard there a little Stephen Biddle, Back to the Future, trench
Biddle, yep.
warfare. But I also wonder if we do accept that war is Clausewitzian, right? So passion, chance, government, people. There are those that argue that data control and analysis are now the holy trinity,
and they're wrong,
in the space of conflict. So we'll get to this. But anyway, I wanted to prime the pump for you. So, all right, I don't want to belabor the point, but I'm curious if Daniel quickly could explain what the heck just war tradition is. Is it a theory versus tradition? And assuming that we can agree on what this is, how have U.S. military and political officials applied these principles in the context of so-called drone warfare for the better part of 2+ decades? So easy stuff.
Easy stuff, no
Yeah.
problem. The way that just war, it does make a difference whether you call it a theory or tradition, I believe. Tradition is going to emphasize a sort of historical development, and I fall in the tradition camp. It's over 2,000 years old. So you find it. You can actually trace it back to ancient Greece, but it's Augustine of Hippo, who is kind of viewed as the father of the tradition, and then from there developed in the Middle Ages. It's theologians, it's jurists, bishops. So you have it's a kind of collective. It's legal, it's part ethical, it's part philosophical, so it's a mishmash. But what does it boil down to? Well, it develops ultimately in two kind of major, you can call it streams, or set of criteria. One are called the jus ad bellum, which is the justice of going to war or justice towards war, which is whether or not you can take up arms and fight. People were very concerned about whether, this may be surprising, but people even back in 1000 AD in Europe were really concerned about killing. They didn't think it was good for your soul, but they knew it was in some sense necessary and possibly just. So they wanted to think through the conditions under which we take up arms and we fight. When is it okay? So that's what jus ad bellum addresses. You can have three traditional criteria, and then some other added on to it. And then you have what's called jus in bello, or justice in war. This is really where the military is very involved, right? This is war fighting, proportionality, discrimination, military necessity, right? Those are the kind of basic principles that guide the use of force. And this is where warrior class knights, this develops kind of more in practice, less in sort of a theoretical sense. But so those are the two prongs. How's it applied over the last 20 years? Well, fits and starts. It's like any technology. We could go back to, say, strategic bombing in World War II. We have a brand new technology. It's going to be, you have theory written around it, doctrine, and it turns out that a lot of it didn't work. But they gave it a shot. It took a while, and if you know anything about bombing in World War II, it was quite destructive. But you had a new technology, and people were trying to figure it out. And the American government, at least notionally, said that they knew the American public cared about just not kind of blindly bombing people. So eventually, over time, you have a set of norms that build up around it. And I would say something similar is what happened with drones, or RPAs, UVAs, whatever you want to call them, UAVs. You have on the ad bellum side, which is where can we properly deploy these? I think the big debate has been around, as Jonathon will probably point out, this question of sovereignty, right? When they're deployed in a battlefield war zone space, not terribly controversial. Some people will still raise concerns about it, but it's when we start using them in large numbers in the Obama administration in places like Yemen, right? Yemen is probably the primary place. But also right now, or in Somalia as well, and in parts of North Africa for counterterrorism operations. So that debate is ongoing. Both bipartisan administrations have determined that against, I would say, many of, especially our European allies, argue that it's morally justified to use drones or RPAs in countries where we are not not at war with for counterterrorism purposes. The opposing argument is it's a breach of sovereignty, that this is not a proper space, that it's we can come up with many of the other ethical objections, but that's the primary one, at least for the ad bellum side. For the in bello question, it's a question of, I think largely, are these discriminate and proportionate weapons? There's also the question of asymmetry. Some would argue that these are weapons that fundamentally distort what warfighting is about. Warfighting is mutual risk, that there's some skin in the game, and some scholars have argued that you fundamentally change the nature of war when you remove the risk from your side. When it's an operator in north of Las Vegas sitting in a trailer who's going to go home and eat dinner with their family later or something like that, how does that distort it? And so, in terms of the application of just war, those are the ways. These are the questions as they've been kind of debated. You have the administration side, and then within the in bello, within the justice in war and proportionality, discrimination, the American military, in my opinion, has done a very good job adapting in training, in ROEs, in really trying to professionalize, especially in our drone force, in our RPA force. There's a strong sense of what it means to be a professional. They take discrimination very seriously. If you spend any time with an RPA pilot, they really care. It's the amount of people worried about moral injury, that there's a sort of distance, that if you're away from the war zone and you're not there kind of in the moment, there's gonna be a sort of dampening effect, that you're gonna see this more like a video game. There's a disconnection from the humanity of what you're doing. It's turned out to be the exact opposite. Drone pilots suffer moral injury more than many people who've kind of been in active combat, because they're sitting there watching in very clear resolution what's going on. And when they do the strike and maybe do a second strike after that, you see it. You see the kind of gruesomeness of war up close, and there's a sort of connection that you have with the enemy that if you're in regular combat, you probably don't have that level of intimacy. So.
Masterful. So, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, and if I could just kind of exercise my prerogative here. One is a so-called respatialization of war. Yeah. Right, and I do agree with you that the virtual proximity that someone has as an operator or a drone screener in whatever capacity can be quite damaging. And there's a lot of money from DoD that's been pumped into empirical research on what that looks like. I just make 2 points before we move on, and that is one, to draw the distinction between policy and law. And General Dunlap talked about this a lot in his presentation, which I mostly agree with. And so as we take a look at the law, it does inform policy and the politicization of standards, of course, but it can be a little bit different, right? And so if you take a look at what's happening or what happened in Pakistan and the question of effectiveness, we heard Steve talk about the effectiveness of drones. This is a really unclear debate, mostly because the data is just not there, which, you know,
decapitation.
That's right. More of the reason that we have to be transparent as a way to legitimize these operations in the first place. But in my research, what I see is that the onset of the near certainty standard, which was actually implemented in 2011, not 2013, had drastic implications for the effectiveness and precision of strikes, to the point where collateral damage decreased something like 81%. Precision went up to almost unerring accuracy, 95% precise, which means that we're killing who we think we're killing, that we want to kill. And then furthermore, averting something like 300 civilian casualties. And value of statistical life, how much a life is worth, which is kind of a morally dubious measure at that, but nevertheless, $300 million, which is pretty important in that part of the world. And so the law is inscribed in rules of engagement that give life to it, right, that have implications for the effectiveness. And I think you sussed it out in your comment that, you know, the U.S. military has done quite well, as it were, in reducing civilian casualties. And oh, by the way, on balance, civilian casualties from these operations are something like 1 to 7, on balance. Any civilian casualty is a tragedy. But these are historically unprecedented numbers that we're talking about. And at this point, unless you want to reply, I'd hand that provocative statement over to Jonathon. Is this body of law, international humanitarian law, enough to manage not just semi-autonomous drones, MQ-9 Reapers, but also the Loyal Wingman, the fully autonomous weapon system going forward?
Right, okay. A lot to unpack there.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great setup, thank you. So I also think that the advent of the uncrewed but very tightly tethered drones, where you do have a pilot making a decision about how force is being applied through a weapon system, which is the drone, so we're not talking about autonomy here, autonomous weapon systems. I think on those types of drones, there wasn't that much of a challenge that they posed to the normative structure of international humanitarian law. The principle of distinction applied, the principle of precaution, of proportionality. It still sat in between the balance of humanity and military necessity. There are definitely some struggles, which have been talked about, around the geographic reach matched with the intelligence component of knowing where any particular country's enemy was and having a capability to do something about that, which created significant legal debates and discussions around questions of sovereignty and when force could be applied without the consent of another state. That fits into that other body of law that Daniel had already mentioned, the jus ad bellum. The ICRC, if you ask us on any given day whether or not international humanitarian law is fit for purpose, we're going to say yes. It was developed in such a way that it took into account the basic features of warfighting that were as true as when it was drafted as it is today, with different evolutions through this thing called customary international law and the way state practice interprets things. But we're always going to say it's fit for purpose. We are finding, however, with autonomous weapon systems, which I'll tell you how we define, is that there may be certain gaps in the law that the ICRC thinks states should pursue and try to fill. So when I talk about an autonomous weapon system, I'm talking about a weapon system that can select a target and apply force to that target without human intervention. So there's a lot of autonomy that exists in weapon systems that does not make a weapon system fit that definition. I think that definition is pretty close to the 3000.09 directive from DoD on autonomy in weapon systems, which is correctly titled Autonomy in Weapon Systems, I think, as opposed to Autonomous Weapon Systems, because there are different degrees and things like that. So here are a few reflections on the ICRC's position with regard to autonomous weapon systems and where they sit within the ethical, legal, and humanitarian considerations that, that we give to things. One is, and I think a number of states are in agreement with us, international humanitarian law has significant problems with unpredictable weapon systems, where the effects of which are not understood or explained or predicted by the user. So the ICRC thinks that those should be explicitly prohibited, even though there is no explicit prohibition in international law on those types of weapon systems. We also think for ethical reasons that I'm happy to get into as this conversation continues, we also think for ethical reasons because of largely the untethering of human agency to a truly autonomous weapon systems that are designed or used to target humans should also be prohibited. Now, there is a whole additional class of autonomous weapon systems that are neither insufficiently unpredictable or that target humans. For those autonomous weapon systems, we have basically looked at what state practice has been of those countries that use such systems and have noticed the types of limitations they put on them, different restrictions and limitations. So the ICRC is not trying to retroactively go back in time and say, oh, all those autonomous weapon systems that states used and said they were using lawfully are now prohibited. That is not what we're doing. What we're saying is certain things like CRAMs that are used for missile defense that states have been comfortable using that do not pose threats to civilian populations in a way that would be incompatible with international humanitarian law, we think, just as states have done to date, there should be certain restrictions and limitations placed on them. Maybe it should be if you have a fragile autonomous weapon system with an AI algorithm that isn't going to perform well in a very complex urban environment where there's a lot of military stuff and civilian stuff right next to them, they should not be used in that situation for IHL compliance reasons as well as humanitarian reasons. If there are certain targets that are harder to distinguish, they perhaps should not be used in that situation because of the principle of distinction. Maybe they should not have a wide geographic expanse that could cross international borders and create an international political situation, or that they should only have a certain amount of time for which they can be deployed. So they aren't out there for several days or weeks, and maybe it should be limited to hours, giving on what the context is. So a lot of times I think the discussions can fall into sort of, should autonomous weapon systems be banned, or should they be allowed to be used? And I think the technology tells us, the way militaries have used them and want to use them tell us some can be used in compliance with international humanitarian law. Some already, depending on how they would use, the unpredictable ones would, according to the ICRC, violate international humanitarian law. But there is that one sort of novel area of autonomous weapon systems designed or used to target humans, where for largely ethical reasons, the ICRC has taken a position to encourage states to also explicitly prohibit those types of weapon systems under international law with binding rules.
All right, we're gonna do this real quick. So, great explanation, excuse me. I wonder if we actually can approach the ethical considerations that we keep kicking in this presentation, and no fault of your own. There's a lot to talk about. Let me ask it this way. Are there responsibility or accountability gaps that you in your sort of researcher capacity or as a member of ICRC foresee with autonomous weapon systems? And can we ever model the sort of neurological network that drives human intelligence in sort of computations in a machine? In other words, the Ronald Arkin argument that these systems could potentially be more ethical than a human being that can be privy to cognitive biases, selection biases, confirmation biases, and so forth.
So I should caveat this. I am a legal advisor, not an ethicist. I think the point that was made...
Or anybody on the panel, for what it's worth, yeah.
I think the point that was made by General Dunlap that ethics is baked in certain ways to international humanitarian law is an important one. But honestly, that probably allows for a lot of fertile research ground in terms of what type of ethics and from what approach it was being taken. For the ICRC, it's really the removal of human agency in a inherently human endeavor, warfare, that we have such an ethical problem with. and it's at its sharpest pressure point when it has to do with taking human life. So someone could make a reasonable argument that autonomous weapon systems used to target civilian objects should also be prohibited. The ICRC has focused for ethical reason on those autonomous weapon systems that would target humans per se. We think that's where the biggest pressure point is, and that also is reflective of what we're hearing states say when they talk about where their discomforts are, right? So, and what we've seen emerge is of the 126 so odd states that have been having these discussions at the UN group of government experts where this has been discussed, there has been an increasing momentum to have this divide between certain autonomous weapon systems that should be prohibited and others that should be regulated and restricted in a lesser form. That is not at all an answer to
No,
your,
it's
but
a-
it lets you know where the ICRC's ethical dilemma is in a more specific way than just saying we have an ethical concern around autonomous weapon
Well,
systems.
I may, and thank you very much for that. I may open it up because this is such an important issue, right? I mean, the DoD Memorandum 3000.09 talks about this, and there's an assumption that these capabilities, these fully autonomous capabilities, can actually target more ethically than a human in or on the loop. So Daniel or anybody else, what do you think about this? It's really important to the way that our concepts are developing in the military with human-machine teaming and so forth.
So I think, I'll try to be brief. The debates around autonomy are, if you look at what the academics are worried about, so there's a sort of killer robot ban that's being pushed right now. Killer robots are not in the future in any branch of the military, as far as I know. Letting an AI operated weapon system make decisions to take human life without a human intimately involved in or on the loop are not in the cards in the foreseeable future. That at least the tech people I talk to at the Pentagon or in different military branches, it's very research. It's very theoretical at the moment, and the practicing. When I've talked to people at DARPA, they said there's no killer robots coming down the pike. I mean, we're not going to spring anything on you. So, so part of my objection with the killer robots and the kind of worries about autonomy, I think they're good worries. We should be worried. AI is. It's going to change everything. I think it's kind of frightening. So I think those concerns are legitimate in a sense, but I think what we, at least for the ethical concerns, I think what we really need to focus on is where is that autonomy? What are those systems? That's what I always want to know is, okay, what systems are we talking about? Autonomy is baked into almost everything the Air Force does, right? There's if you fly a drone, there's autonomy is at work. With just everything that the Air Force does, there's some level of autonomy going on. So I think the important thing is to zero in on what is the system concretely, practically. What are we concerned about? Not just the sort of Terminator apocalyptic kind of concerns, but what are we doing now that we should be concerned about?
I think the real question comes down to accountability, is what the real issue is. Most of what we've talked about already in terms of if we're talking mission command, if we're talking about delegation of orders, it all comes back to that war is supposed to be a human element about driving a particular policy action. It's not just violence for the sake of unhinged violence. And so the question is, when these decisions are being made, who's going to be responsible for what decisions they make? And that's the really important question. Is it the designer who built the algorithm? Is it a machine that is hopefully not self-aware? Because if it's not self-aware, does it recognize, we say, okay, we can shut it off, that's basically killing it. If it doesn't recognize that's a punishment because it's not self-aware, it's not a punishment. So is the general officer going to be ultimately responsible for the actions of the machine? Those are the real questions that I think need to be looked at. We give people, there's any number of ethical questions, ethical problems along this line with autonomy that you can use. The one I like to give is the tunnel problem, where you're in a vehicle driving towards a tunnel, and at the very last minute a child walks out in front of you, and you have a choice. You either have to ride down or you have to swerve and crash into the wall. Do you want to make the decision, or do you want a machine in the computer that might make a better decision than you would? But which one do you want to make that decision? And most people are going to say, I want the human to make the decision. It's ultimately about that accountability. I want someone to look in the eye and say, why did this happen, and what was the reason?
Caitlin, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I want to add to that. I completely agree with you that there's this question about like how you design the algorithm and how you bake in or are able to bake in like an ethical piece to it. What does that even mean to be ethical? And then I could see that being highly context dependent. Like, is this algorithm right for the Taiwan Strait or Kaliningrad or Syria? Like, those are very different contexts. And even if you think about like Google and Siri, and your artificial intelligence that you use today at home like works better in some contexts than others. So that's going to be the same in warfare. And then I guess I would take a little bit of a different tack in terms of the killer robots thing. So,
Great, be provocative, please.
Okay, so
our numbers are dwindling. Be very
I
provocative.
think we got a really big security dilemma on our hands here. Like, I am very cynical of any UN efforts to sort of limit or kind of stop the development of these weapons, specifically by our adversaries, specifically by China, that has a very vested interest in being a world AI leader in AI. I think that this is all going to move very quickly. I think we already have lethal autonomous weapons. Israel makes the Harpy. It's a loitering munition that can go out, select, find, and kill surface-to-air missile radars with no human intervention for the selection, the targeting, or the destruction. And you can imagine that quickly, as Jonathon pointed out, this is a real concern. This is going to move from radar killing to people killing at some point. And so I think this is a little bit inevitable, and I think that the U.S., and to be even more cynical about it, I am, one, concerned about our ability to put in like arms control agreements into place. I don't think that's going to happen. And two, I'm worried about writing algorithms that actually can do this in an ethical manner, because I think the U.S. is in a really tough spot. Our adversaries are going to do this. So if we're going to do it, we know we want to do it the right way. We want to do it within the LOAC. How do we do that? I think that is the fundamental challenge facing the national security community now when it comes to artificial intelligence, is how to write these algorithms in a way that abides by the LOAC, by our values and Western norms, and frankly, the free international order that we're trying to preserve. I think that's really the challenge that lays ahead.
And of course, the Air Force's own Martin Cook talks about that being one of the legal justifications, moral justifications, rather, in adopting these capabilities before another country for the norm-setting precedent and the weight of that it carries. So I think that's a great point that you bring out. Let's get a little bit more challenging here on this thread. I know you didn't prepare for this. I'm going to throw you a curveball. Anybody up here? What is appropriate human judgment in the context of autonomous weapon systems, or the UN adoption of a definition of meaningful human control? Kind of a squishy term, but that's what's baked into the policy that governs development of these systems. Can anybody define that for me? Or does it become tautological in the sense that, well, it's whatever a human operator believes is appropriate judgment given the capability anticipated?
I mean, that's to a degree why we've jumped down into the policy level, which is inherently going to be more restrictive than the legal, which is going to be your outer left bound. Because in so many of these decisions, like when we're talking about our policy to minimize collateral damage in Afghanistan, Iraq, or a place like Yemen, stuff like that, we are getting back to the use and bellow criteria, talking about military necessity and proportionality. Yeah, we are at a further distance, and so we're safer, but that means we have to be tighter because it's less necessary. And so all this stuff is very squishy, subjective terms. So it's all going to be situational ethics to a degree in terms of the specific situation. So all these terms, it's like the UN doesn't define terrorism for good reason. We can talk about that as a whole separate discussion. But all these terms are inherently squishy because they need to give us the flexibility. One, that we can all agree to say that, yeah, we'll abide by that because it sounds good, but then we're all going to take home our own definitions of what they are.
Daniel, is it also relative? Is the ethicist on the panel here? Make your money. Right?
I like not purely relativistic, but squishy and ambiguous.
I like the term contextual, but yeah, I mean, that's what moral rules don't apply themselves, and so in every context, as a commander, as a warfighter, you have to make that judgment. So I still think it's within the realm of what a warfighter would have to make a judgment in that moment. An airman, more than likely, is going to have to make a judgment on the use of the weapon and whether or not it conforms to the rules of engagement.
Yes, John.
So
I will say from the legal perspective, human control has to mean that the weapon system is controlled by a human so that it is done, so that the weapons effects are in compliance with the law of armed conflict, international humanitarian law, right? So there are prohibitions on indiscriminate attacks, and there are 3 different types of indiscriminate attacks, but those rules are directed at human operators, at human planners, commanders, soldiers carrying out those operations. And at the end of the day, an autonomous weapon system is nothing more than a weapon to effectuate a military decision that has to be done within the bounds of international humanitarian law. It might have to be done within the bounds of all sorts of other policy and strategic considerations, but I'm here, I should say, instead of saying I'm here in my personal capacity, I have to say, no, I am here in my capacity as a mouthpiece for the for the ICRC to let you know what our institutional views are. So I think that is a big part of it for the ICRC. Human control is very much linked to the ability for the user to use the weapon system, the AWS, in a way that complies with international humanitarian law. And baked into truly autonomous weapon systems is a degree of not exactly knowing what, when, or where the application of force is going to be used. And so that's going to raise an inherent difficulty and at least a question where a legal advisor of a commander who says, I want to use this weapon system, should be asking questions around those different rules that prohibit indiscriminate attack, disproportionate attacks.
But which is precisely the promise which is driving adoption of these systems in the first place from a military perspective, which is to say shortening the sensor-to-shooter timeline to maintain lethal overmatch of peer adversaries that Caitlin's talked about have mass and scale in certain regional contexts. But Caitlin, I saw you kind of rearing up a little bit to respond to Jonathan's.
I think I'm fascinated to hear this discussion, and I was just thinking about how, like, I was wondering, I think you answered the question, because I was wondering, could the human control extend to the autonomy if the human programmed the autonomy? But I hear you saying no, and I agree, because it is a black box. It does move very fast, and the other thing the AI can do is it's ruthless. Like in some of these games, like they'll use the AI to play Go or chess or these other games, and it will do like crazy stuff to win. It will sacrifice like all its pawns and make moves that no human would have even thought of. It'll end up winning, but at some points during the game, you're like, I don't even understand how you get there.
Like it read Orson Scott Card and Ender's Game or something, right?
Yeah, and
great book, by the way. I highly recommend it.
There was an article, about some poor Air Force officer who misspoke and said something a few weeks ago like, oh, we programmed the AI to, what was it? We programmed the AI to.
So, yeah, he was actually using a hypothetical of what they talked through, but the way he said it by accident, it sounded like they'd actually done this. They were doing a virtual exercise, and what he stated was something effective. We programmed the AI to be defensive, and basically, what did it do? Did it cut it off so it cut off its data link or something, so they could continue on its mission?
Yeah, that's what it was. It had to kill a certain number of targets, and then the operator said, actually, don't do that. And the AI was like, no, you told me to do that originally, and cut off its data link. And so this was just an example of this. And so there is this black box element, and I really struggle with how we can address that in an ethical manner, because I think we have to. And I can't square the circle.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, this does, I think, so you have the accountability question, which was raised. I think that's a key component. I think the other, the emerging question is the one that Caitlin's touching on, which is the ethics of engineering are really kind of at the core and are going to be at the core of it. It's not terribly sexy as like kind of killer robots and all that kind of stuff, but the people that are not funny enough, I mean, it's actually kind of encouraging, is I have other military ethics friends who are being reached out to by private companies who are kind of at the forefront of these kinds of AI innovations, and their engineers are genuinely concerned. And they really want to, there's a growing awareness that what they have is potentially concerning. And they're, I would say American companies, I can speak at least for American companies, are on their own trying to think more ethically and try to build it into the hardware, the coding, The black box phenomena, black box is doing something, but who's watching the black box, and how do we know what's going on? To some extent, we may never understand exactly, just because the neural networks become so complicated and the way that they think is so they're not human and they don't think like humans. That's a good thing, but that's also potentially a really bad thing. So there's the phenomena, sort of brittle AI, which is they can go really bad, and this is where some of my tech friends in the Pentagon will say, right now we're sort of forecasting that AI is going to kind of dramatically transform everything, probably on the order of, say, the internet, the way the internet just has basically transformed the way that modern life works, right? It's just, we can't imagine without it, and it's been pretty amazing, but also has had some negative side effects to it. A lot of kind of the smart tech people I talk to will say AI is really good at beating Go masters. It's really good at doing things in a sort of narrow bandwidth chess and kind of closed systems. But in an open world, it can go bad pretty quickly, and you run across its limits. And so when you were bringing up the example of the Chinese and the Russians using AI, I think this question of effectiveness, too, is going to be a big part of that, which is, so you can unleash a system on a group of people, but is it actually going to do what you want it to do? And so it's like, okay, the Chinese and the Russians can create these systems, but if they're just brittle and they're not actually going to do what they want them to do, you wonder if that's just going to be a huge limitation.
Excellent. So we have a little over 25 minutes left, and I do want to get sort of participant involvement here. I have two final questions, and hopefully we can go quickly on this, that are practical matters that have real implications for warfighting in the future, if we believe we understand the trajectory correctly with AI-enhanced technologies. The first is to you, John. So you've written quite provocatively about the broadening of targetability for companies that produce the software for these capabilities, for instance, at discrete time and places. I think, frankly, from an ICRC perspective, that is quite provocative, because it wasn't but maybe 30, 40 years ago that the United States was criticized for so-called effects-based targeting in Iraq, where we took out infrastructure that provided so-called sweat, sewer, water, electricity, and trash. So I'm wondering if you could square this circle with what I thought your argument was in your working paper, with how I think you talked about today with the sort of ethical, legal use of these capabilities.
No, thank you for that, and thank you for the plug for the working paper.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm here for.
What this is, what Paul is referencing is that and I will try to make the bridge from cyber to autonomy, and you can let me know how well I do at it. What the ICRC is seeing increasingly with being able to actually hear and get news reports and talk to governments about how they are doing cyber operations, a lot of which is coming out of the Ukraine-Russia context, is that we're concerned with the phenomenon that we're seeing, which we're calling the civilianization of cyber operations in armed conflict. So think about hacking communities, carrying out either collectively or in disjointed, disorganized ways, DDoS operations, talking about civilians having apps that can do geolocation and feed them to a targeting cell of a military who can then effectuate violence against a military target. Think about technology companies, which is really what my paper is about, that provides digital services to one side of an armed conflict for them to use for military purposes. And does that start to drag civilians into the battlefield landscape in such a way that, while the initial point of departure from an international humanitarian law perspective is they are protected as civilians, that tech company property is protected as civilian objects, cannot be attacked under the principle of distinction, are they getting so close to the support that they're offering to one party to an armed conflict that they either lose that protection, the specific term, civilians would be directly participating in hostilities, for properties, they would fall under the specific legal definition of a military objective. And so this raises a question that isn't unique to the history of war. Civilians have always, in some way, shape, or form, there's a specific rule that says if a civilian directly participates in hostilities, they lose their protection for such time as they do so. That was in 1977, so it's nothing new. The issue that we're seeing is scope and scale and speed with technologies that can transcend geographic boundaries that would usually be able to contain this thing to things like private security, military, contractor employees, or munitions factories with civilians working in the factories on the territory of a party to an armed conflict. And what we're seeing now, and we can add now the private industries that's making new types of either weapon systems or technologies that governments would use for weapon systems, yet another component of an increased sort of connective tissue between the private sector and civilians and states that are engaged in armed conflict, which is going to trigger this body of law that the ICRC spends every waking day and more thinking about, international humanitarian law or the law of armed conflict. And so to the point that you made, Daniel, if the private sector is uninformed about whether it's an ethical consideration or whether it's how distinction, proportionality, precautions work in warfare, and they hand over a product to a government to use it, there's going to be a real slowdown in being able to effectively use that. That's where the autonomous weapons, autonomy in weapon systems 300.09 is so important because it gives the United States that opportunity to do the testing. Is this weapon system inherently incompatible with international humanitarian law, for example? But I think it's a really important question, and I think there needs to be an elevation of the different rules and consequences that are associated with the private sector involving themselves increasingly in the battlefield effectively.
And it begs considerations about if there is in fact a legitimate target anymore in modern warfare.
Yeah, well,
think about this argument, right, with the blurring of combatancy status, which others like Yanina Dill have talked about. All right, my second question, Caitlin and Michael, is it a foregone conclusion that soldiers or practitioners who operate in concert with AI-enhanced technologies, so-called human-machine teaming, will actually trust them? And if so or if not, how do we know that?
Is it a foregone conclusion that we will trust them? I would be a little bit more forward and say we already do, and we have for years.
Okay, so
I mean,
great.
I'm a bit skeptical of a lot of the AI discussions in general when I hear them, because I'm increasingly of the school that says AI really just means computer magic we haven't discovered yet. Because if you look back on what people thought AI meant 30 years ago, we are well past that. We trust our machines for lots of things. We increasingly use it in the intelligence production process, in the targeting cycle, and in actual warfare in a number of ways. So what we're going to do with them, it's slowly creeping up on us. It's not a matter of one day this new technology is suddenly going to appear that we're going to have to decide, do we team with it or not? We're already there.
All right, Caitlin, you take this right.
Well, I would not present, I mean, I'm much more interested in Michael's perspective as an operator, but I actually have a question for you about that. Okay, so.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do a question with a question.
Taking over your role for a second. Okay, so you're a little less worried about the trust thing, but thinking specifically about like Reaper. Okay, right now, well, until very recently, Air Force always said, takeoff and landing, gonna do that forward, gonna have lots of people involved in that. And then now we have this new discussion, so let's go fast forward, here we are. Now we're finally doing automated takeoff and landing with Reaper, right?
Yep.
But now we're also talking about agile combat employment, first island chain, Taiwan Strait scenario, runway independent, potentially UAVs, taking off and landing with no humans, potentially even present.
Yep.
Trust issues.
This is less a question necessarily of trust that I might have versus maybe pilots wanting job security. Because
okay,
I mean,
all right.
Is this in your Air Force capacity? Or?
We've had the technology to take off and land since the 1960s,
I know,
and so and most of us have said this is crazy. Why are we doing things this way? I do think it's a leadership command issue there, less than that's not necessarily what we would care about here. We've come up with justifications, but I've long been skeptical of the need to put those ground crewed forwards for takeoff and land. Just as we talk about pilots on a carrier can put their aircraft in automatic mode and the plane will land itself, basically. But they insist on doing it themselves for a number of reasons. Is it really trust, or is it really...
I'm totally with you.
Yeah.
But I totally with you, totally agree on the Reaper context and carrier context. But like, what if...
But like I say, I don't know that it's a trust issue. I think that it's something other than trust going on. But I'm not sure about that, honestly.
Well, okay, so I'm thinking like, what if it was a runway independent UAV that's sort of landing in a civilian runway at best? Maybe it's a dirt road and there's some cars around. Do you still sort of like trust the autonomy to do that? It seems like you'd have to have had some experience with it to
You
know
would have
that
to
it
have had some
worked.
experience with it. So like I'm
Yeah.
saying, I'm thinking that's why, like I say, it's a case of, it's almost like working your way up the escalation ladder when we talk about Ukraine. It's like we're not making a big monstrous jump from one to the next. It's going to be evolutionary. It's going to be step by step, and it's built. I think if we were asked to suddenly, like we're talking about, hand over warfare to the robots tomorrow and just expect them to do the thing right, yeah, we'd have significant trust issues. But like I say, we're already doing so much of it. I mean, how much do we rely on these things right now? I have to go home when my Microsoft Outlook shuts down because I
Not
can't
right now,
live
right?
without that. Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Fine.
Daniel, did you have anything to add there before we move on?
No.
Okay, for what it's worth, I think this is domain specific. I actually don't think that we, at least in the United States Army, know how officers and soldiers who employ these capabilities will trust them because we haven't studied it empirically. So if you take a look at Mick Ryan, who is our Australian sort of futurist war expert, is prolific on social media, he'll tell you we have no idea what goes into trust for these capabilities. There are existing frameworks that all of you should study here at USF about accuracy, about autonomy, about platform, about effectiveness, to really give us some leverage over how we should build these capabilities and then include them within our arsenal and at what scale. And so I think this is a great research question that someone should take up. All right, having gotten control of the panel, this is where we turn to you. Hopefully there's some questions. And so what I like to do, like David did as well, is if you have a question, please come to the microphone. Do not be shy. Give us your name, give us where you're coming from, and then we'll do our best to get through all of them. So thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Tech Sergeant Anthony Tucker from AFSOC A2. I'm also a public policy PhD student at Liberty studying this topic. So my question kind of goes off of General Dunlap's briefing into this briefing, and is, do you foresee self-imposed constraints and decision paralysis based on American ethics and Western norms that will prevent the use and effectiveness of autonomous drones?
So what I think I heard there was constraint that has potentially implications for the use of these capabilities as well as the effectiveness that we want to achieve. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So General Dunlap was speaking on about how generals during Afghanistan, they didn't want to make certain decisions based off of self-image. So any type of constraint that you foresee, whether it's at the policy level down to the operational technical level, that will have a constraint on the use of autonomous drones, particularly killer robots.
Great question. First of all, any volunteers for this?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you so much for that question. I do think there is a potential for there to be some constraints on autonomy. And this is essential because, again, we want to try to uphold our sort of our norms and our kind of Western values. But can it present constraints? Can it present problems for the warfighter? I think so, and I'm not sure how to square the circle. So I'll give you an example. You've heard a few people today talk about 3000.09, which is the new DoD policy on using lethal autonomous weapons or on their development. And what the policy says is that, and someone jump in here if I say this wrong, but it's something, there's something to the effect of like, every time you update, like if you have a new weapon system, you need to go to this board to sort of get approval before you start development. So, okay, but I'm talking about autonomy. So I'm talking about software. So every time I update the software, is that a new weapon system? And then do I have to go to the board every time the software updates? These are the kinds of things, I don't know the answer to that, and maybe someone else on the panel does, but these are the kinds of things we can get ourselves wrapped up in, and I think your question is fair, because at any time we have new policies, they have the potential to slow things down, and whether that's right, I mean, and that's what they're designed to do. And so, depending on the context, that can be a good thing. You would think in extremis that some of that stuff would go away. I think some of these conversations could frankly go away if we had a great power conflict tomorrow. But I do think it has the potential to constrain warfighters in ways that reduce U.S. operational effectiveness.
I think we have to separate the issues of acquisitions and pre-war planning from actual employment in combat, 'cause I think they're going to be two very different things. Because like I said, right now there isn't the urgency in American society. There's a civ-mil issue that's going on there. Case in point, if we were to talk about Project Maven a few years back, which a few of you may have heard of, this was a program the U.S. Air Force did and was working alongside Google and several other tech companies. And what we were trying to do was automate our PED process. So for basically as long as anyone can remember, we would get images and we would have an airman actually looking at that and by hand or on the computer going through and trying to identify what everything was. And it's a very long time consuming process. The hope was to provide some artificial intelligence machine learning capabilities to bring to that process so that we could pass off some basic identification to a machine so that the human could then only look at a later version of the project and do the more tougher questions as opposed to that really nuanced thing. This led to a huge backlash and protest, though, from Google, from a lot of their program designers who did not want anything to do with this project. And so that was a problem. And so things like that could slow down the domestic development of some of these systems, which would be a hindrance in fighting. Now, once we get into the actual conflict, this comes back to the question of military necessity, proportionality, and stuff like that. Once we're actually fighting, if we're in a great power competition, I don't see the guidance for the zero civilian casualties having any bearing on that conflict. It's a different situation, and different commanders are going to be under different rules of engagement. That zero civilian casualty is designed for a situation when we own the airspace, we have zero air threats, and we frankly aren't facing an existential threat back home. So we have a very high standard for employment. If we're fighting China in the South China Sea, that's a very different set of rules, a very different set of engagements. So I don't see it happening. Now, that said, because we've been doing this for so long, there's a learning curve and it might take some time for people to get back there. But I think it's more an issue of that as opposed to the rigid rules and policies being the obstacle.
Daniel, did you have anything to add?
I share General Dunlap's concern that are these restraints we're putting on ourselves. I know the incident that sprung the memo from the Secretary of Defense. It was a strike in Syria, and the New York Times did a series of articles on it, and they were under pressure, intense public pressure. And cynically, I think it was a sort of optics measure. And anybody who works or knows how the DoD works, giant bureaucracy, to start another program, to do something, it's just is this really going to help? Are there better ways to address it at the COCOM level, or training, or just some? So I understand the desire to show, hey, that we're getting after this problem, and I think that's always the temptation, right? As sort of leader, is to always want to, hey, we're going to solve this problem, instead of saying, well, we just need to do a better job training, or we can fix it on some level. I think, yeah.
Sergeant, I think for what it's worth, your question is really insightful, but for reasons potentially you may not appreciate. So I actually think that constraint is regulative, but also constitutive of the use of these capabilities, right? And so it comes down to how we define drone warfare. In terms of my research, is a function of varying use and constraint. So you can apply sort of near certainty standards, which is a form of unilateral constraint that presidents over time have altered to include reasonable certainty standard. But there's also other constraints to include UN approval, right? And this is how the French have used drones up to about a week ago in Mali. Of course, they're withdrawing right now. But on the other hand, there's sort of the intended outcomes, which is sort of tactical or strategic, right? So when you bring these together, you can see how constraint is actually really important to understand evolution of the technology use over time. So great question. We have another one over here, sir.
Yeah, Darren Schumacher, University of South Florida. I want to tie together the general's earlier comment on ISIS using children, as a way to ferry leadership, and the comment I loved about AI being ruthless. Well, at some point then, isn't there a way for an adversary to take, the manual that says these are the things that we don't want to do, and optimize their posture against us using that as input to an AI? I mean, how it almost starts in my mind a game theory cycle where I know what you won't do, and you know that I will do things that you won't do. And to me, it seems like that's where the ethics take on a whole new level because of the fundamental asymmetry between values between adversaries. And I'm just looking for a comment because I find that fascinating.
So it seems like maybe you believe we never get to Nash equilibrium. And as a game theorist, you'd appreciate that. Caitlin or John, since you guys had talked about this.
I find predictability of rules to be helpful even if one side might break them, especially if they're a body of rules that are supposed to be applied globally as opposed to bilaterally between two parties. And of course, I am, again, coming at this from the law of armed conflict, international humanitarian law perspective, where those rules have always been in place. They have always been accessible and public and transparent. And then once you get down to each military fighting force, ROE or not, SOPs, sometimes they're not. Big discussion around how you run a detention facility with conflict-related detainees. The rules on POWs, it's 100+ rules in the Third Geneva Conventions. You can flip through those and you can sort them out. They give a sense of predictability in a conflict environment where otherwise there is limited predictability. And when it comes to rules, that's supposed to provide some sort of guardrails on some of the worst moments of human history, I think that that's appropriate. I think getting down into the minutia of how exactly every rule is going to be applied, means and methods, intelligence collection, again, ROE, SOP, TT, all of those things, I think that's fair game for countries to decide whether or not they're going to make those decisions public or not. The other thing that I'd just like to mention, since I have the mic, but I know we're limited on time, is that I do hear a lot of times sort of, oh, if one state sort of handcuffs itself by putting limits on a regulatory system around autonomous weapon systems, then another state will be able to sort of freely use those systems however they wish. So from my perspective is that doesn't matter because the side that doesn't want to be handcuffed still needs to be handcuffed by the law of armed conflict. And so if the question is, does a state want to use autonomous weapon systems outside the bounds of the law of armed conflict because another state is willing to use them outside the bounds of law of armed conflict, that is a very different question. And that's a question that tests any government's relationship with how they want to do their war fighting and whether they want to do it in a rules-compliant manner or if they want to do it in another way.
And just to add on to
Just
that.
briefly, yes.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Well, a couple other thoughts. You were mentioning this, what if the adversary sort of programmed its AI to go after our weaknesses? And the other thing the adversary could do, just by way of mentioning it, is they can also spoof our AI to make us do things that are not within, the laws of armed conflict. So that's another potential issue I think we're going to face there.
Okay, we're getting there. 5 minutes left. We're going to take 2 questions, and then we'll divvy them up. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, everyone. Jeremy Kurz. I also work at a unit in AFSOC. So in my previous assignment, I got to work with some engineers on a small UAS payload that used AI algorithms to detect targets automatically and then send that data back to us. One thing that was really interesting about those experiments is that with enough resolution and processing power, the algorithms were able to detect targets that a human sensor operator couldn't see because it was so small on the screen. That's really awesome. That's what we want. But what's interesting about that is that, coupled with some of the confidence levels with those detections, you could see that image as it's blown up, and without having that bounding box or that detection, the human eye wouldn't be able to distinguish that from, a school bus. So my question in, the ethical realm is are those AI-enabled detections influencing our human decision-making and possibly leading us down a path where we were on the fence of whether this thing may or may not be a target versus a school bus is that AI detection now pushing us over the fence and giving us false confidence about what or what isn't a target?
Great question. Gets back to trust. Yes, sir. Behind him.
Eric Thompson with SOCOM's Counter UAS. I've coincidentally also written a master's thesis on the normative ethic of drone use over a decade ago. My conclusions in that thesis was that as the United States was a leader in drone technology, and as we began to do things like execute targets in sovereign nations outside of theaters of war, that other countries, middle power countries, would start to emulate what we were doing and seek that technology. Are we responsible for some of the normative ethics? And as the United States, as leaders, what is our future perfect for a normative, a global normative for drone use? If we could have that future that we envision now today, what would the perfect normative look like down the road to be adopted? We talk about the normatives as they are. Where are we going, and how can the United States lead the world there?
Okay, so we have a question on automation bias, and then we have a question on a two-parter, actually. To what degree does the United States constitute these behavioral norms? And if that's the case, then how should we adjust our behavior to do it in ways that we want to, that also have probity among sort of the family of nations? So who would like to take a stab in 30 seconds or less at both of these doctoral level questions?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at the second question first, just because that's what a line share of my dissertation looked at too, was how drones would proliferate based on what the U.S. was doing. And I used Horowitz's model as my main thing, but I basically argued that almost no other country on Earth has the need for something like Predator or Reaper to use it the way we do it, because we do it to minimize a forward footprint and to enforce basically the rules of the liberal order abroad in a counterterrorism environment. Even China has shown, they tried once to do a counter-drug operation in North Vietnam, I think it was, but no one really has a need to do that kind of operation. Most countries are going to do more like we've talked about, what Ukraine is doing, some kind of integrated combined fires operation, because basically very few air forces around the world have built the U.S. model of strategic bombing. And so part of it is the efficacy of that model and how that fits into their strategy. So that's part of it. But with that said, of course, as we've talked about the issue of international sovereignty and the perception of how these drones are used in places where we would talk about them being under Title 50 authority, but again, away from a traditional combat environment. That example is being used and is being cited for a lot of stuff, right or wrong. It's an open question. And so I think part of it is we open the door a little bit for that to happen, but most countries are finding, including the question over the United States, the question, has this been effective or not, yes or no? If the consensus is no, this stuff isn't effective, just like is the question, does strategic bombing work? If the consensus is no, it doesn't matter if it's justified. They probably won't do it if they don't think it's going to work, and it might backlash on them.
Great. And on automation bias? Takers?
Yeah, I'll just give one comment on the bias. I understand the nervousness about, this gets back to the sort of accountability, and do we want to have a machine be responsible for that? And I think one of the assumptions behind that is we want 100% foolproof, no mistakes, which I get. That's what we need to be going towards. Of course, that's what you would desire, right? But human beings make mistakes in war all the time, right? So if you can have a machine that actually has higher probability of not making a mistake, I think that's when you begin to come. Of course, this takes time. You talk about targeting, like you have to data, and you have to keep on doing that stuff over and over again. Maybe we get to the point where we do feel confident, but I think it can't be a sort of zero defect. I don't think it's more ethical or desirable to have humans that are perhaps more prone to make errors in a certain context than a machine that's less prone to make errors, just so we have a human, being responsible for that one particular task. At the end of the day, there's still going to be humans on the loop or in the loop, like you guys are doing that test, and you're kind of looking at the targeting. So, I would just say there's, I guess I worry that we can play up sort of the human element or the non-mistake, the 100% foolproof aspect.
Excellent. So I promised a dynamic, provocative panel. I think we've achieved that intent. We're at time, but I wouldn't be a good academic and military academic if I didn't provide a couple key takeaways. And some of this we talked about, some of it we did not. Despite all the criticism, we're going to continue to see countries use these capabilities because of the perceived benefits. It reduces collateral damage ostensibly, or at least to historically unprecedented levels, while increasing precision and effectiveness for our own soldiers and protection thereof. And by the way, in Western countries, democracies, there's a shielding effect for political officials. So the democratic accountability and oversight that we would anticipate with use of force sometimes, if not a lot, is circumvented, and hence conversations of a moral hazard. And President Obama talked about this at the tail end of his administration. The second implication here is that I think there's still an outstanding question to what degree strategic outcomes in war are achieved by way of these capabilities. And we have an incubator in Ukraine to take a look at this, but I'm one of those, and I instruct this, so I'm a little bit biased, that believes that it's all about joint arms sort of warfare and synchronizing effects over time and space and by different units. And then finally, and I agree with Jonathon, where you sit is where you stand for understandings of the ethicality and legality of these capabilities. And it's unclear how we're going to kind of work through this, right? We're going to have those who think these exponents of this capability, like Dan has stated recently, potentially could be more ethical than humans that make mistakes. But on the other hand, there's also those that worry about responsibility and accountability gaps, especially with the autonomous weapon systems. So thank you very much for those of you who stuck it out this afternoon. I hope you gained something. I know I've learned a lot, and maybe a round of applause for our experts up here as well.
Well, Paul, thank you so much. I think I undersold this panel this morning. This was just a fantastic panel, and I learned a great deal about that. So one more time, thank you so much. And also thank you to our speakers from this morning and to the panelists and moderator for this morning as well. And just a glimpse of tomorrow's great lineup, and you don't want to miss tomorrow. We'll start with Dr. Roger Kangas, the academic dean of NESA, followed by our second day keynote speaker, Dr. Stephanie Tompkin, that I have said a few times, and she also has a special presentation at 9 a.m. on Friday, but she will be our speaker tomorrow, who's the director of DARPA, and also Lieutenant General Grinkowicz, commander of AFCENT, will be speaking with us tomorrow, and we will have the morning panel, which will be the future of uncrewed systems, the benefit and dangers of advancing technology, and in the afternoon, the 4 breakout sessions, which I will say, artificial intelligence and ethics and lethal autonomy, future of uncrewed systems, industry use and advancement of the UAVs, and security of autonomous systems. So one more time, thank you so much. Enjoy our beautiful campus, enjoy the city, have a beautiful dinner, and don't let the panelists, don't let them off this easy, okay? Ask your questions outside because it was difficult to get these guys together under the same roof. So thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow early.